Tequilas. Dulce Vita Spirits, Austin, Texas. Tequila, pure and simple. Viva Dulce Vita, responsibly. I'm Kevin Majori on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Joe Murray has you next in a half hour.
It's not just the games. It's the preseason, the postseason, the drafts, the trades, front office drama, the locker room banter, and you talking all about
blah,
it.
Blah, 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 blah.
On Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Kurt, you mentioned they're going to take Drake May, everyone you talked to down there, unless they are blown away. What is blown away?
Blown away is 3 first-round picks and a player.
3 first-round picks and a current player. So we're talking about most likely an off. I mean, is there any direction which that is leaning? Like, are they leaning towards a certain type of player?
I wasn't told that.
Position.
I wasn't told what position, but three first-round picks and a player is a good amount of intel to work off of, I think, as to what they would be asking for. Can the Giants do that from 6?
Right.
Probably not. Can the Vikings do that from 11? Yeah, they could. Is that aggressive? Yeah, very.
It's a bit of a sliding scale, I think, based on the Giants being at 6 and the Vikings being at 11, of course. And in each case, I think part of it, Tom, would be with the idea there's a second-order move in place to go up. And so if you're the Patriots, you have to do the addition and subtraction there. It's like, what are we going to wind up in the end with if we do go down and then back up?
Well, it's some Joe show. We've seen it. Nobody wants to be there. It's a big bad show tonight. Just can't take this damn parade. Who cares? Joe show. There's a 2-mile wait to get past the damn green line.
Anyone who gets hit by a bear in the neighborhood, call Joe Murray.
I happen to trust Joe Murray.
First time I ever met Joe Murray was at a Hooters.
Special draft show, NFL draft show, and Alex Barth here again. Last year we were away from Gillette Stadium, and this year we're at Splitsville at Patriot Place. I know there's a lot of suits in the building tonight. I would have called you a suit, Alex, if you were... I know you got your college shirt.
You know, I did come very close to wearing a sport coat, so now I'm glad I didn't.
So we are here at Splitsville for the NFL Draft Show. It's all presented by Albrecht Auto Group. And the Pats are on the clock. Of course, I think we already know who the number 1 overall pick. There's been some discussion on the number 2 pick, but all eyes are on the Patriots. And I figured we should start off, Alex, by what you are hearing at the moment when it comes to the Patriots at the number 3 overall pick.
So it seems like at this point it's going to be McCarthy or May. I think the odds of a trade down are very low, and I'll tell you why. I don't think the Patriots are philosophically opposed to trading down, but they're going to do it for their price. And if they're going to trade down, especially if we're talking about the Vikings, right, moving down to 11, they're going to want to trade back up because they want to come out of this draft with the quarterback. That's been made very clear. So if you trade down to 11 and then you have to move back up to 6, 7, 8, whatever it is, you're going to give up most of what you got trading back, moving up. So not only does the trade down have to be worth your while to move down, they also have to compensate the move up. The Patriots realistically aren't just asking for the value of the 3rd overall pick. They're asking for the value of the 3rd overall pick plus the 7th or 8th overall pick, as they should. And with the Giants, I think there's another angle to it where the Patriots wouldn't have to trade back up, but I think if they're going to move back, they want a next year first. And this is a league that is everybody's aware of what everybody else is doing. Everybody's aware of the narratives. The Giants don't want a year from now to not have their pick, their quarterback doesn't work, and we're all saying, hey, they're this year's Carolina Panthers, right? And the Patriots are this year's Chicago Bears next year. And I don't think the Giants are going to part with that future pick. So I do think the Patriots, in earnest, were taking calls. I do think there is a world in which they would trade up. But I don't think the offer they want is going to be on the table. I think there's going to be an impasse, so they stay there at 3. And it seems like the general consensus right now is Drake May. It seems like we've gone this whole roundabout from Drake May to Jaden Daniels to J.J. McCarthy to trade down to Michael Penix, back to J.J. McCarthy to I think we're going to, honestly, to go back to October when we thought they had the second pick and that's what they were going to need to get May. I think this whole thing's going to come full circle. And they're going to end up with the guy.
We're finally here, though.
We are finally here, yes.
We're 52 minutes away from the draft starting. It's been a very long run. Obviously, it was a disappointing season for the New England Patriots this year. And there was talk about, some of the wins at the end of the season, and did it, curtail them from getting one of these top quarterbacks. So I agree with you, Alex. I think they're going to stay put.
Yeah.
The one thing I do like, and we're going to have Zoe on a little bit. I know we got Mike Giardi coming up. We got a ton of guests.
I did just see something interesting. Hang on.
Yeah.
So Gerard Mayo, this is from Mike Reese. Gerard Mayo speaking right now at the Patriots draft party.
Hosted by our good friend Sarge.
Oh, Sarge hosting?
He's hosting it.
There was a line all the way back to the movie theater.
To see him? Okay.
To see Sarge and Evan Lazar. Got a shout out Evan Lazar.
Evan, yep.
Gerard Mayo at Patriots draft party, reading from Mike Reese. I hope you're excited as I am to start putting the team together and getting out there on the field. We're going to get a great player at 3. It's going to be early, and we can always sneak back into the first round. And then Reese adds, tells people to stick around.
Oh, Mayo.
Boy, if they trade now.
Oh, you know what? That's a discussion for later on, Alex. But Gerard Mayo already saying they're excited. We're going to be happy with the player. Wasn't that what he said when the night he got hired or the day he got hired?
No, are you talking about that interview you did with Steve Burton?
Yeah, but
where we're going to draft a very important position.
Yes, and it basically insinuating it's a quarterback.
Yeah.
So Mayo's talking. I know Elliot Wolf's going to speak at that too. So it's right over at the atrium here at Gillette Stadium. We're at Splitsville. And Alex Barth, 98.5thesportsup.com. He's probably got videos galore if you want to look up some of these players, if you're just, all right, what's all this about tonight? But one thing you mentioned, when the year started, college football, we watch a ton of it. When the year started, I thought Caleb Williams and Drake May were the clear-cut number 1 and 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I do think Jaden Daniels, though, did rise through the ranks. Obviously had a hell of a Heisman
I would say rightfully so.
And he might be ready to play right away. And the one thing is now, if they do settle on Drake May, I'll ask you this because I'll give you my opinion quickly.
Yeah.
I think Drake May, as a prospect, 21 years old, from what he's proven, if they develop him the right way, and they have some guys here, Van Pelt, etc. I do think he's the best prospect at quarterback in the draft. I do.
Best in the draft, so you have him over Williams.
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
I think he could be. So I do think that Caleb Williams has the highest ceiling as far as athletic ability.
Yep.
But if we're just talking pocket passers, I'm going Drake May.
So Drake May would have been the number 1 quarterback for me in 2022. I know it's not saying a lot. He would have been the number 1 quarterback for me last year. He is number 2 for me this year. I do still think when it comes to Caleb Williams, his carrying trait, and when we talk about carrying traits during the draft, we mean if all else fails, this guy can fall back on this one thing and be successful, right? And not everybody has a carrying trait. Caleb Williams' carrying trait is when all breaks down around him, he can still make something happen. And that is the most coveted ability in an NFL quarterback right now. So the fact that it's his carrying, and other guys can do it, but nobody does it as well as Caleb Williams. Nobody does it as regular as Caleb Williams. That's why he's number 1. Drake May, I agree with Gerard Mayo. I think Drake May's floor is higher than a lot of people are letting on, but I agree, he doesn't have the highest floor. But the ceiling's tremendous. And what I've said to people who bemoan Drake May maybe being a little erratic and maybe needing to sit, which, by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. If you're just going to hyper-focus on what could go wrong, allow yourself for a second to think about what could go right. And then tell me you don't want to take this guy. Since Brady left, more often than not, the Patriots have gone into games where we know they're outmanned at quarterback. And that doesn't mean they can't win it, but it's that, that guy's not going to go out there and win us the game. J.J. McCarthy might end up being a serviceable starter. I don't know that he has that kind of ceiling. Drake May, if he maxes out, you're going to go in just about any game knowing our quarterback's going to give us a shot at this. And boy, don't we miss that feeling around here. Boy, don't we miss that feeling.
Well, here we are. It's been a long time. I know Mac Jones was selected 15th overall. It didn't have the hype that this pick has for the Patriots. They really haven't been here since the Drew Bledsoe draft so many years ago. But this is the biggest pick in the franchise's history, Alex.
Is it? It isn't. It isn't.
As far as the future goes, though,
So-
they need to hit on this pick.
Wasn't that all true in 2021 too? I think this is the same stakes as 2021.
That's interesting.
I would argue it's a little bit less because the stakes you had in 21 was Belichick and continuing Belichick's legacy. And
True.
Could he do the Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers thing? Now there's different kind of stakes here with Gerard Mayo and that draft. The stakes are massive for Belichick. That was Belichick's biggest pick. You could argue this is Kraft's bigger pick. Obviously, I mean, Belichick's not involved, but, this is more of a Kraft legacy thing where 21, I don't think that impacted Robert Kraft a ton. That was for Belichick's future,
right.
For this seamless, 2020 doesn't count. COVID year, there's always going to be a transition year. Can you get the seamless transition from Tom Brady and continue to be competitive? I actually think that draft may have had a little more hype, but I don't mean to undersell what's going to happen tonight. The New England Patriots as a franchise will be transformed tonight.
All right, let's see how it all plays out. As we're here all night long for the whole first round. We're here live from Splitsville, just outside of Patriot Place. And the Patriots will be on the clock. We're 46 minutes away from the NFL draft starting, and we're going to talk to Mike Giardi of Boston Sports Journal coming up in just a little bit here. And again, the Sports Hub NFL Draft Tracker is live. All the picks, rumors as they happen. You can go to 985thesportshub.com/draft for all of our NFL draft coverage throughout the night. Tonight, I'm Joe Murray. Alex Barth is here as well. It's our NFL draft show. We're going to be talking to insiders all night long, and we're going to do that coming up next here on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Boston's home.
98.5 The Sports Hub. It is the NFL Draft Night. We're live from Splitsville at Patriot Place. Alex Barth is here from 98.5thesportshub.com. I'm Joe Murray, and we are joined by one of our insiders. He's Mike Giardi of Boston Sports Journal. What do you hear, Mike? Anything else besides Drake May is going to be a Patriot?
No, just the buzz, and I think Mike Reese had it out earlier today, and it's been sort of the talk the last couple of days, is that the Patriots are considering the idea of jumping back into the back half of the first round. And I know Mike mentioned wide receiver. I've also heard tackle. I think it depends on how the run happens on the board, because we know there's going to be some, and whether or not the player that they like is starting to slip into that 27, 28, 29 range. Can they go up and get him? It makes a lot of sense to me, because you need blue chippers or something close to it. You don't have too many on your roster. If you feel like that guy can come in right away and help you move some collateral in the draft to go up.
How aggressive do you think they'd be in a move like that? Because I go back to what Elliot Wolf told us last week, which was we're a draft and develop team. The more picks we have, the better. And obviously a move up, it's going to cost you picks. And I look at, if you move up into the early 20s, it's a trade like they made a couple years ago with Kyle Duggar. You're probably talking about 34 and 68 for 22, 23, 24. There's also a trade the Jaguars and Bucks made 2 years ago that would be 27, 28, 29, 30 for 34, 103, right, and 180. So how aggressive do you think they're going to be in that move up?
Yeah, I don't think they'd go that far up. I think we're more talking about really the back end of the first round, especially when you start looking at receiver position, right? Because Carolina at 33, almost a lock to take a receiver, right? They have to do everything they can to help Bryce Young. Do you like that guy? Do you want to get in front of them? Obviously Buffalo's the team, so you start looking
Chiefs,
at 27,
maybe.
right? The Chiefs could be involved. So I think that's sort of you're playing that game where. What's your intel tell you about those teams and what they want and how the board is falling now? And can we slide up there? And again, I look at the day 3 stuff, and I know people love to throw the darts and you got Brady in the 6th round, this and the other thing. Man, take a hike with that. If you came out of this thing with 3 really good players and you cashed in the rest of your chips at the back end of the draft to make sure that you're able to maneuver to the front end of the draft, that's what I'm doing, because again, I just look at their roster and say they don't have enough guys that make you go wow, enough guys that other teams say we have to do something to that guy to stop him, otherwise we're in trouble. They don't have that.
And they can come out of this draft with 4, maybe even 5 top 100 picks. There's permutations where they can do that, and I feel like as the more picks we have, right, it's got to be the more good picks we have should mainly be the focus there.
Yeah, I mean, again, I always say it's a Felger line, but do that on your own time. Day 3 thing to me is you have certain guys. I mean, you're into it. I've been diving into it. There are guys that I like that are going to be day 3 guys, but I'm not going to go crazy if they get rid of those picks or get rid of a couple of those picks because they're trying to move up in the draft on day 1 and day 2 when you get your impact players.
Mike Giardi here from Boston Sports Journal. Mike, you've covered the draft locally here, but also nationally. When the draft happens and you hear about trades or you hear about rumors, what do you believe in? What don't you? What are some of the signs? And is there anything out there today that you're keep an eye on that one?
Well, the San Francisco one that's come up today has made a ton of sense to me in that I don't think San Francisco wants to move Ayuk. I think if push comes to shove, and they say we can only pay one of these guys, then Debo's the one they're going to move. He's 28. He has an injury history, right? Ayuk's 26. He's a number 1 receiver, and he's entering his prime. That's the guy I'll pay that guy $30 million. That's what I'll do. The other guy who plays 11, 12 games and has to leave 3 of those games and then come back, and he's not the same guy because the toe hurts, the quad. And look, he's a great football player, but that's the guy that you move. But then I laugh because they're they're calling up into the top 10 and seeing what they can get for Debo and Ayuk. You're not getting a top 10 pick for Debo. That's not happening. You're probably not getting a top 10 pick for Ayuk either. But Ayuk and your first, maybe you can convince somebody at 12, 11, something like that. But Debo and your first, where does that get you?
Well, along those lines, maybe it's not the Patriots. Maybe it's not the Niners the Patriots talking about this. But it sounds like there's a couple teams looking to make trades like that tonight. If the Patriots are open to trading 34 and to move up, do you think there's a chance they're open to moving 34 for a guy like A.J. Brown or T. Higgins?
I think they would absolutely be interested in doing that. I just don't know that those guys are going for second-round picks, and that's the thing.
Even after Diggs just did?
Yeah, but there's a lot of history with Diggs and also some concerns about the back half of what the second half of last year looked like and maybe he's at that age now where he just hit the wall. Now,
Sure.
I'm sure it'll look pretty good with C.J. Stroud because I think he'll be pretty motivated based on how things went. But, like, there were all kinds of questions about Diggs beyond just the football part of it. I think they would be. I just think you start looking at go to the Diggs trade prior to when he got traded from Minnesota to Buffalo. That was a first and a bunch of other stuff, too. A.J. Brown went for a first on the clock and a fourth-round pick. Like, to me, Ayuk is in that class where that seems like that's the price. Maybe T. Higgins would be a second rounder.
So that was initially, I think it was like PFF had that. I don't know if it was reported or estimated value.
I think estimated,
a late first or early, and even if it's like 34 and 137, something like that, I don't think you're picking a player better than T. Higgins at 34th overall.
No, probably not. I just don't view him as a one. Now, and he's obviously, you put him on this roster, he's automatically your best receiver, and he's your best receiver by a long shot. Then you're giving up the capital. You're also having to pay him. Again, I don't really worry about the money too much because you can make the money do what you want. But all of a sudden, now when you're looking at your build, and I think if you're being smart about this is at least a couple years, right? Where you're going to have to sort of rebuild your base. You brought back some of the guys from last year that you sort of identified you want to keep as be part of your core, but there's just not as I keep saying, there's not enough blue chippers. So, like, that's the problem that I have with that. Like, for Ayuk, if you said I could get Ayuk for a 2,
yeah, there's a reason I didn't include him there because it sounds like that's not the case. But if you're talking about T. Higgins, then I'm a little bit more leery. And again, I understand he comes in and he helps you. He absolutely helps you. I just don't know at this stage of the development and the build. Now, if you told me after the draft they drafted someone, say they draft Brian Thomas at 18. Yeah.
And then after the draft they say, you know what, we are actually going to trade T. Higgins. Oh, we'll give you a second next year. That's the best of like same thing with A.J. Brown. That's the best of both worlds because I'm keeping my early picks and then I'm able to cash in a chip from next year to this year that helps me and helps you hope your young quarterback at number 3.
One of the big words we heard this offseason was collaborative effort. I wanted to ask Jonathan Kraft's involvement, your take on that, and what's the support system going to be like for whatever quarterback they draft?
So I'll start with the Jonathan Kraft thing. And you've heard a bunch of different reports on this. I talked to someone who is high up on a team that's trying to get up to 3, and they came back and told me that Jonathan is involved. They didn't say to what extent. I don't know whether he's talking to Elliott, and Elliott says, well, I got to run this by my owner. But that was presented to me, and I wasn't even fishing for it. I just said, how's this sort of working? And that came up. So it's a little concerning, right? I think anytime you talk about the best organizations in football, the owner hires the guys and he gets the hell out of the way. Now, I understand in this situation that there has to be some conversation, right? If you're saying to Jonathan Kraft, we're not going to take the quarterback. We're moving out. We're taking Minnesota 11-23 and a future first or a second or whatever. Like, that has to be a conversation because – look, this is a business. I have to sell the business. We haven't been able to sell the business as well as normal because we haven't been the same type of team we've been the last 4 years. That's a conversation you have. But if Jonathan's a smart, good owner, Jonathan says, if that's what you believe is the best thing to do, then that's what we do. And that's my concern is how much involvement and how much is the push like, no, I want a quarterback. Because Robert's already said he wants a quarterback. And I think we all believe they're coming out of this with a quarterback, whether it's at 3 or somewhere else down the board, most likely at 3, and that should concern you a little bit because I'm not a big fan of that at all.
I wonder if he's going to be part of this support system for the quarterback as well.
So that's what I'm wondering. Within that, do you think it was go get us a quarterback and then the front office figures it out? Did they have a preference? And just within the front office, how much consensus do you think there is on? It sounds like it's going to be Drake May.
So I don't know that the coaching staff and the front office necessarily see it the same way.
Right.
Now, it's a moot point to a certain degree because if Jaden Daniels goes too, I believe Jaden Daniels is more of this is what the coaching staff would like.
Okay.
But he's not going to be there.
Right.
And there's nothing you can do to go up there without mortgaging your future or whatever. And it seems like Washington's pretty set on that anyway.
The Mitch Trubisky.
Right.
Yeah.
Whereas I think front office looks at it and says, if you're going to mold a quarterback out of clay, that's sort of what you'd want to mold the quarterback out of. Big, strong guy, athletic.
Talking about May.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the one thing that I will say about May, that even though there were obviously struggles this year, which can be traced back to a bunch of different things, including losing 181 receptions from last year's to 2 years ago's team and the offensive coordinator, is that the throws that he makes, like, there's nothing that he can't do on the football field. You've seen it. You can go, look, maybe it didn't all happen in the same game this year, but you can go back and say, he can do this, he can do this, he can throw this ball, he can layer this, he throws it over the middle of the field. He does all those things. You just need to refine it, and that's when you come back to your support. I think that's why they signed Jacoby Brissett. He made the most sense I think I was talking about it in December. Like, you're going to go get a quarterback. Trust that guy. Sam Howell was already raving about him, like, hey, as I went through my valleys, who was there to help me? That guy. Like, even though he wanted to start, he was helping me. He was helping me see it better. He was helping me through the emotional part of it as I was struggling. Like, that's the kind of guy you want, a professional who understands his role. He wants to play, but he understands, I signed a one-year deal for a reason.
Okay.
Like, I'm a placeholder. When this guy's ready, he's going to play.
Can I get one more quick one in here? I know we're up against it because you just made me think of something. So Jacoby Brissett worked with Sam Howell last year in Washington. Howell and May are close.
Yes.
Do you know if there's any sort of relationship already between May and Brissett?
I know that Howell has spoken wonderful things about Jacoby, and that has gotten back to Drake.
Okay.
That Drake because those guys are, like, legitimately, if you go back and look at the process, and it's one of the things that I pushed back on initially was people were like, oh, well, they signed Mariota, it's because of Jaden Daniels, that's the perfect fit. I'm like, no, they moved Sam Howell because Sam Howell and Drake May are buddies, and that would be awkward. So, like, that was one of those things where you're like, people are thinking it's Mariota, and I'm like, well, hold on a second. Just hold on a second. There's a relationship between those two guys, and that might be awkward. Like, hey, best buddy, I'm coming, but I'm the third pick overall, and you were in the fifth round.
I'm coming to bury you.
And eventually I am. That's what's going to happen.
All right, he's Mike Giardi. Any predictions or spoilers you want to give us before you leave?
No, I think it's going to. I think this round. I think first round's going to be nuts. I do think it's going to be. I think you're going to be a lot of trades. I think some players are going to move. I think you're going to get all that. I just think that the Patriots are going to end up sticking at 3.
Where does it start getting nuts? 4, 5?
5.
5? Okay.
Yeah, I think unless someone comes to Arizona, but I think Monty wants. Same thing. I think Monty's in the same place that the Patriots are. Give me a bag.
Just
Otherwise, I'm not. I'm just going to take Marvin Harrison.
What better way to kick off the nonsense than Jim Harbaugh, right?
Right. Absolutely.
What better person to usher it in than Jim Harbaugh?
Or Harbaugh sticks and picks like some, Fuaga or something. And you're like, well, is he the third time?
Or Justin Herbert becomes a Viking. Who knows?
Well, wouldn't that be something?
A lot of dead money there. All right, he's Mike Giardi. You're going to be here all night and writing on Boston Sports Journal tonight?
Absolutely. We're going to have a grand old time.
All right, he's Mike Giardi joining us here on the NFL Draft Show. Mike, appreciate the time.
Nice, guys.
I like that stuff on Jonathan Kraft as well. You know that's going to be up on the website soon. Mike Giardi says Jonathan is involved. All right, we got to hit the headlines here. Thanks, Mike Giardi, for his time. We got Scott Zolak coming up next here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. back here, 98.5 The Sports Hub, special NFL draft show. We're only about 20-something minutes away. Scott Zolak's with us. Let me give you a proper intro.
Hey.
Not only the Zolak and Beatles show, but also the play-by-play color commentary.
11 years, baby. Year 12
for the New England Patriots.
Year 12 we're going into.
Former NFL draft pick for the New England Patriots.
Yep. 84th pick, 1991. Actually, Joe, a collector, gave me a piece, and I do collect at home, and I've collected over the years when I played. I have the original helmet phone that Jimmy D, who currently works for the Patriots in audiovisual, has been working there for 40 years, was at Radio City Music Hall. When the pick came in, they picked up that helmet phone. I have the actual helmet phone. It's plugged into my wall, and I don't use a home phone, but it's plugged in today.
That's pretty cool.
So my kid could use it, and it's got the actual 1991 plate on it and a stamp from the league with the entire 12 rounds at the time. That was a 12-round draft, which took over 3 days.
Wasn't Troy Brown a 12th round pick? 11th, 12th round pick?
Troy Brown was a late one, yeah. And there was rumors I was going to go anywhere from the second round to the 6th round. So my parents, we were in our basement, and we had a big party ready to go at a local country club. And at that time, it was like a half hour per pick. So it was like you waited for the first round, and it started to go, and 4 hours went by. And by the skin of my teeth, I made it at the end, almost at midnight, so we were able to go party that first day. So I was a first-day pick.
So
back in the day.
What's it like on draft day? And do you think a lot of these kids know where they're going ahead of time?
The weirdest thing, and I thought Burt Britt brought up a good point today, the thing that annoys me the most about the current state of what the league is and how we watch it, kids coming out of their hotel now, they got girlfriends, moms with them, agents, the team part of it, the we part of it, the whole stuff with Jaden Daniels prior to what the Commanders said over the weekend, and he wasn't happy about his visit, or his team didn't like him to play in the cold or Northeast, which is ridiculous, man. These kids are so happy to get drafted, to get to this point, to work for it, and that's the thing that bugs me the most about it is the amount of people that have their hands in on these guys. And I've seen it. I've seen guys lose money because you're entrusted 6 people to run all your stuff because you're not smart about it. But that's what it is. You end up learning, and you have to adapt. But a lot of these kids are young, and that's the fun part of it. A guy like Drake May, 21 years old, Michael Penix, who I like a lot. Barth, we've been talking about this for months. He's one of the older guys with 2 knee problems. And I love what he wrote, that article that he wrote this week.
That was awesome in Players Tribune.
If you don't stop and read that as a GM and hesitate, because, obviously we're here talking quarterbacks, and it seems like all indications are they're going to take Drake May at 3.
Yeah.
And I understand that. My hesitation is that's great if you love him. I want to see it with conviction, and I want the kid to play from day one. Drew Bledsoe was drafted number 1 overall, and I've heard this story over the weeks that, he was in a better situation to start, first play, opening day. No, he wasn't. We were 2-14. But I tell you what, that 2-14 team I was on would have kicked this team's ass last year. But maybe we were a better team in a better situation, but the record didn't indicate it because we had some good players. We had some good core guys. And we had some good drafts. They got to nail this draft tonight, guys. They got to nail it. Mayo's been talking about it. I'm all in for whoever they pick, but I want them to play them. I'm not in for the sit. I'm not in for the development.
And that's something
you're a top 3 pick. You play right day one. You're a plug-and-play 10-year starter automatically if you're a top 3 player. We don't have the luxury to sit people. I'm sorry.
And you know what? If the roster's not ready for him, you can get it ready for him. Like you said, we have the rest of the draft. We're hearing they might trade back up. That's probably tackle or receiver. We hear there's receivers that might get dealt. Maybe there's tackles that get dealt. Like, the roster is going to improve.
Yep.
It better improve after the 3rd overall pick tonight. They're going to add anywhere from probably 7 to 10 players the rest of the draft.
Right.
Maybe like DeAndre Hopkins last year signed in, June, July?
Yeah.
Something like that.
So how long have you been working with us, Alex, as far as covering the team, watching practice, going down to Gillette, doing the slog? How many years now?
So I was furloughed during the 2020 draft, so 2022 4th draft.
Yeah, so
5
4th
years.
draft. So you were there the Mac Jones year.
That was my
Mac
first
Jones
real
year. So Mac Jones was the 15th pick, 5th quarterback that draft. And we sat there, and I was down there with Beetle, and we did all our shows from there. Joe, you've done shows on the weekends down there when everybody's there, and you see all the fans and all that. And every day I saw Mac Jones beat Cam Newton out. And we all felt he's the guy.
Yep.
but we didn't really trust the process. And then, boom, Bill cut Cam day one of the season, and it was handed to Mac Jones. Mac Jones played really well as a rookie. Why can't, if it's Drake May, why can't he do what Mac Jones did? Because this is pretty much similar situation. Same type of line, same type of receivers, damn good defense, solid special teams. It's the same freaking situation. So why do we have to sit this kid? But yet Mac Jones, who doesn't have as much talent as a guy like Drake May, which is getting shoved down my throat by everybody, every draft expert. If you love him, you play him, you take him, you have conviction, and you give him the team, and you build it around him.
What about the whole support system? We just asked Mike Giardi about that as well, and are they set up for it?
This is why I wanted them to trade, because they need 4 starters on the offensive side. So if you don't trade, you're taking him, and then there's the caveat of we may not play him, so you may take a kid 3 and have no instantaneous impact on offense. I have to call games. I have to do shows. I have to talk about this team. I love this team. I want them to win games. It's about job security. If you're not good as a player, you get cut. If you're not good as a GM, they find another one. If you're not good as a coach, they fire you. They fired the greatest coach ever. I mean, we all said it was a mutual agreement. He got fired. You move on. This is a massive draft for this crew here, because you're going to sit there and look at it, and I saw what it was like at the end of the year in Gillette Stadium. Wasn't fun. This crowd ate Mac Jones alive. He was good his rookie year. Mac Jones played really well his rookie year. Now, we all know he got in the Pro Bowl. He was an alternate, but he got in. But that team was 10-7, and he was ready to go. I was there in Buffalo during that playoff game. He was ready to go. The rest of the team wasn't. I had no problems with Mac Jones as a rookie. I was excited about it. I said, this is the start of it. We may have found the guy to replace Tom Brady, the next guy. So, what do you got, Jim?
I just wanted to say, I wanted to show you this photo. I don't know if you can see it. It's a photo of Bill Belichick and Roger Goodell.
So that's why I told you guys got to speed up, because everybody's watching NFL Network, ESPN. I will be watching Bill Belichick and Pat McAfee tonight, breaking down a draft. Bill has his own board. He's actually interviewing the commissioner right now on Pat McAfee show. So whatever they're paying, Bill Belichick, it's well worth the money. Yeah. He is decked out. He looks good. I had a buddy text me. He's in Detroit. He's not there for the draft. He's there on business. Walking through the airport, saw Bill Belichick with a computer under his arm, dragging a bag behind him by himself with a pencil behind his ear. And I'm like, it's the same guy. It's the same guy.
We don't need the breaking news, Sounder Skaz, but
what's that?
A.J. Brown and the Eagles have agreed to terms on a new 3-year extension for $96 million.
Big money.
So there goes my take.
3-year, $96 million.
Woo, my take out. See you later.
$84 million guaranteed.
That's going to make him happy.
So I'm going to say, Brown, we got this, and then you have the T. Higgins, Ayuk rumors out there.
Jefferson didn't get his deal yet, did he?
He's gonna go above all these.
So
that's part of the whole. Another caveat. I'm gonna talk about caveats.
Yeah.
If you're gonna be part of that Minnesota trade, if it's a blockbuster, and if I'm Minnesota and I look at this,
you scared?
What are we gonna have to freaking pay Justin Jefferson? So why don't we call New England when they're on the clock? Let's give them 11. Let's give them 23. Let's give them next year's number 1 and Justin Jefferson. Done deal, right, Barth?
Well, looks like
with that.
If you're going to throw in Justin Jefferson in the next year first,
that's your panic bag.
You talk about and I've been very steadfast on you bend them over a barrel if they want to come up to 3. Right. Yeah, I mean that's a hell of an offer.
This is where I think, we talked about this week with the report of, Jonathan Kraft, in on football decisions. I've been told he is not in on the players. He's not picking players. He trusts Gerard. He trusts Elliott Wolf. But how in the hell can you not bring in one of the best negotiators in the business world for the art of the deal? When you talk about the art of the deal, we're not talking players. I'm not talking about 3 technique, 9 technique. Can he cover punts? What's he like on 3rd and 7? Jonathan doesn't know that. Robert doesn't know that. Jonathan knows how to get somebody fleeced over on a deal. That's part of why they're good at what they do. So why in the hell wouldn't you bring him in when you're on the clock and you got teams calling? What do we do? What do we do? Give it to the guy who knows how to get deals done. And it's not about picking a guy. You see,
Right.
there's a difference. There's a separation
There's a
between
business
football
element to
and
it.
business. I'm putting my team in the best position business-wise to allow my football people to go pick football. We can pick 3 more starters for my team. So allow Elliott and Gerard to go do that. But here's what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to go get you those 3 guys. I'm going to get some collateral to do it. That's what I would lean on Jonathan heavily for that. He's one of the best negotiators in the country.
All right, anything else? Well, by the way, Tom Curran's reporting that the Pats have at least spoken to San Francisco about Brandon Ayuk.
Okay, so, yeah, that is a fact. I did an Elliott Wolf 2 days ago for All Access.
Okay.
We taped it. It was in the can. We did a live show last night. He expected things to pick up today on Thursday. Bill Belichick is on record with Pat McAfee saying the 12 hours prior to the draft, that's when things really start rolling. And Elliott expected things to really heat up when they got on the clock. Which tells me they're still shopping a pick, guys. I know all the reports are out there. They're picking at 3.
But
they're putting it out there. Why do you think they're putting it out there? Hey, we're picking at 3, man. Because now you got to pick up the phone and make us move.
Okay. Even Mayo just did it a few minutes ago.
That's why you do it. That's why you send them out there. Yep.
All right. So you're good with May if they select it?
I'm good with any quarterback they pick day 1. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
But he's playing day 1. Okay. We're not sitting him.
All right.
Get him up and running.
He's the Zoe. Scott Zolak.
All right, guys.
Zolak
Thanks.
and Beetle. Thanks, buddy. We'll see you tomorrow. We got to hit the break. And more with Alex Barth. We're going to try to re-rack this wide receiver market that looks like it's heating up. We'll do that on the other side. You're listening to 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Team, I'm very excited about our new head coach, Gerard Mayer.
What's going on, Pass Nation? Let me hear you. Hopefully you guys are just as excited as I am to start really putting the team together and getting out there on the field. Look, we're going to get a good player at 3. And look, it's going to be early, but we always get back into the first round too, so stick around. All right? Appreciate you guys. Appreciate the energy. I'll see you later.
All right, back here at 98.5 The Sports, and we are live from Splitsville at Patriot Place. I'm Joe Murray, joined by Alex Barth of 98.5thesports.com. We're also on YouTube. Hello to everybody streaming. We get some big numbers in there tonight. I'll read some of these throughout the night.
YouTube chat. Oh, your show's on YouTube.
Every
YouTube
night.
chat goes wild.
I've been reading some of the people are excited. We got people from all over the world.
This is the first time I feel like collectively Patriots fans have been excited together in a while. And that's fun.
Oh yeah,
that's fun for me
because we're all in unison that they need a a savior.
But I don't even think there's definitely people who'd rather Drake May. There's definitely people who'd rather J.J. McCarthy. Like you heard Zoe, just take a quarterback. Just give us somebody to get behind. And I don't know, feels good. It's nice to have all Patriots fans on the same side again.
So the A.J. Brown deal goes down.
Yes.
Zoe hinted about some of these other teams now. Puts the pressure on, the Justin Jeffersons and even Ayuk and all that. That Ayuk is interesting to me. He played with Kendrick Bourne in the past, and let's hypothetically say the 49ers select a wide receiver in the draft. Now one of them's Debo or even Ayuk would be the better option if you ask me.
Debo, so they both scare me a little bit. Debo's older, he's injury prone. That would Ayuk's a good player. The one thing is it's really easy to be a good player in an offense where the defense has to worry about Christian McCaffrey and Kittle and Debo, right? And you're kind of he's not a complimentary player. He's obviously very good, but when he comes here, it's going to be defenses keyed in on him. He's never really had that in his career. Even at Arizona State, as crazy as it's going to sound, who's getting most of the attention from defenses? N'Keal Harry. So,
true.
I'm not saying he can't do it. There's just a little bit of a projection you have to make there with them. But at 34, I don't know, you're getting a player better than Brandon Ayuk with the 34th pick. If that's a trade, I wouldn't trade a first for him. And I don't think the Patriots are going to do that. They're not in position to do that.
Is the market settling itself? We know there's guys are going to get paid, wide receivers. But the fact that T. Higgins, is it because of draft capital? I mean, even Ayuk right now, we just saw, A.J. Brown, I wonder what teams would have given up for a guy like him. But do teams know they have to pay these guys, so want to try to see what's in the draft? Is that kind of why we're, or is it the anticipation of paying these guys?
And I also think that these guys aren't, the players and their teams aren't super eager to sign contracts because they know the longer they wait, the more money they're going to get, right? Now, Ayuk, Jefferson, they're going to get more because they have this A.J. Brown deal as a base. A.J. Brown had the Amon-Ra St. Brown deal as a base. So you always want to be the last guy paid, right? And I honestly think there's probably some, I don't want to say delay, I don't know what the right word is, but I'm not super eager to get my contract if I'm one of these receivers. I want to get paid, but it's also, let those other guys get paid first, let them set the market, I'll come in at the end and collect the bag. Ultimately, the last guy paid is going to be Jefferson because he's good enough to be able to demand that weight. But I don't think there's a ton of urgency from the receivers.
All right, man. Well, the NFL draft is officially underway. We're waiting for Commissioner Goodell to come out to put the Chicago Bears on the clock. We're going to have it all matched up for you, so we are on the air to give you live reaction to the Patriots pick at number 3. We hope it's going to be picked at 3. It sounds like they're selling it. That it's going to be there's going to be a pick at 3. So we'll have all the coverage live right here on 98.5 The Sports Hub and also on our YouTube channel as well. And the Sports Hub NFL Draft Tracker will be live. All the picks and rumors as they happen. Go to 985thesportshub.com/draft for all our NFL draft coverage. Alex has all his stuff up there. I have my bets for the NFL draft as well if you want to check it out there. But Let's get a quick look at the Sports Hub headlines, and then the Chicago Bears will be on the clock once Roger Goodell comes out and introduces the crowd. We'll get a quick look at the headlines, tell you some of the news that's happening right now.
Sports Hub headlines.
All right, the NFL draft just about to get underway. The Eagles have made a move. Well, they've extended their star wide receiver, A.J. Brown, to a new 3-year extension worth $96 million. It's the highest for any wide receiver in NFL history. We'll keep our eyes on any other moves that happen tonight. But Gerard Mayo, before the draft at a season ticket holder draft party, says that the Patriots will stay at 3. So we'll see if there's any other movement coming up in just a little bit. Red Sox played in Cleveland today. They fell 6-4. No Celtics tonight, but Philly and New York tied at 15 in the first quarter. They play again on Saturday night. And in the NHL, a couple of games tonight as the Bruins are ready to go on Saturday night in Toronto right now to give you the scores. And of course, it froze on me, but I'll get you those scores throughout the night. Headlines, they are brought to you by Eastern Massachusetts leader in drain cleaning and pipelining. Drains by James. Slow drain, clog drain. You need to contact Drains by James today at drainsbyjames.com. I'm Joe Murray. Your next update is in 30 minutes. We've heard
the easiest hour.
that was very easy. We heard from Mike Giardi. We heard from Scott Zolak. Both have given their opinions on Jonathan and things to that degree. No, but I do think that the Crafts at least should have some involvement in this. I think every local reporter has basically said he's not involved. But yet we just had Mike Giardi here who said he's talked to someone who said he is.
Mike's a local reporter.
Yeah, well, he obviously was on an NFL network for a long time.
Like, what was it?
Talks to people. Yeah, I get that. He's the only one. To give him credit, he's the only one.
All right.
But we're here. The Seth Wickersham stuff early on. The Wright Thompson stuff earlier this year. Jay Glazer. I don't care if he's involved. Just tell us. That's where I'm at this point.
I mean, look. If you don't think they're involved at all, like it's their team. And
it's the biggest pick that the franchise
32
right now.
teams around the league. Every team's ownership is going to sign off on their top draft pick. That's just the way the NFL works. So, yes, I believe they're involved to an extent. Again, are they saying we want a quarterback or are they saying we want a specific quarterback? Because those are two very different levels of involvement. And one's pretty typical. The other would be a little more extreme.
I agree with that. So I know we're still waiting on the commissioner to come out here. They tell you it starts at 8. It doesn't.
The broadcast starts at 8.
Yep. So we're going to have you live whenever the Patriots go to the podium. We'll have it for you live here. But Bill Belichick is a part of the draft coverage tonight.
Yep.
And I haven't looked at it yet. So I want to know. I want to hear from you what Big Bill's draft board. And also, I want to know what you saw regarding what he thinks the Patriots' biggest needs are.
So, I'm seeing this now. So, somebody tweeted out, because obviously we're not watching, that they're Bill's rankings, but I guess they're using Field Yates' board, so maybe it's not Bill's board.
Oh, okay. So, there's a board behind Bill, and he's...
Well, let's see here. Field Yates player rankings.
I'm actually kind of interested in that. But what do you think would be the number one need in Bill Belichick's opinion?
Tackle. I'm not saying quarterback wouldn't be a need, but remember in 2001 he wanted, or in 2021, they were into the idea of Davis Mills. They were into, I think it was Elijah Vera Tucker was the guy they were interested in at the top. Micah Parsons went off the board before they could take him, right? But they kind of saw that equal value there. So I wouldn't be surprised if Bill looked at this board for the Patriots and said a tackle, or even maybe one moving down, and a tackle, or even one of these edge rushers, and then taking like Bo Nix at 34. If it were Bill, but it's not Bill.
Well, it's a new regime, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
A new regime, a collaborative one with a new vibe. So Caleb Williams will probably come off the board at 1 here. As we're awaiting it, I know they're doing a big promo right now because they're in Detroit tonight, by the way. Would you want to go to a draft?
I'd want to go once just to experience it, but I don't need to. I'd want to go once.
Is that
Let me put it that
Eminem?
way. Yeah, it's been him and Goodell, which grosses me out because I'm a big Eminem fan, and obviously not as much a Roger Goodell fan.
I'll never forget Eminem when he was on the Saturday Night Football game.
Oh,
with
yeah.
Busburger.
It was
didn't really know where he was.
Michigan and somebody, right? I don't remember who Michigan was playing. I know what you're talking about, though.
But yes, he's getting cheers. Roger Goodell getting cheers, huh?
This is the new thing now. People like Roger Goodell. I can't tell you why, but it's suddenly cool to like the commissioner. Stupid.
He is real. Oh, here comes Eminem, of course.
Eminem will get cheers in Detroit. He brought Eminem out as a shield.
That's right.
He knew, all right, Eminem's going to get cheers, so I'm going to walk out behind Eminem, and I'll, carry over on his cheers.
So we're going to do a ton of Patriots coverage tonight, and of course, when some of the other names come off the board here. You kind of highlighted Caleb Williams and his footwork and keeping plays alive.
Yeah.
I think everybody sees it, right? I mean, he kept some things alive at his time in Oklahoma, and then obviously with USC, and things at the end of USC, I think he kind of checked out.
A little bit.
But if you were comparing the 3 quarterbacks at the top between Williams, Daniels, and May, I agree with you that the footwork for Williams certainly is there.
Yeah. I wouldn't so much say it's the footwork, because technically his footwork's not great. It's the pocket movement, the escapability, that sort of thing.
So, but as far as arm goes, wouldn't you say Drake May is the best arm
of the first round guys? You know who I know. You know who I think has the best arm in this draft.
He's not in the top 3.
Yeah, no. He has the best arm in this draft. He's at the bottom of every other list.
We all know Joe Milton can throw like Rohan Davey. We know that. Or Michael Bishop.
Yeah,
we know that.
Look, Michael Penix is up there. I think it's really close between Penix and May. I think Penix is a little bit more accurate. May is a little bit better throwing off platforms, so what do you value? But I'm not going to push back on anybody who says Drake May is the best arm in this class, no.
Yeah, that's the one thing I will stay consistent with is I thought Drake May was one of the better quarterbacks going into the season. I definitely thought he lost talent.
A lot. I mean, Josh Downs, tremendous player.
Yeah,
they lost a lot in the
well
offensive line. Yeah. That's who I wanted for the Patriots last year. I was a big Josh Downs guy.
Hey, speaking of that, for years we were always able to identify a Patriots guy.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, this guy is a Patriot. There's a big hype machines going on in Detroit right now with
that Hutchinson,
Goff.
They got somebody else up there. I can't tell who it is.
So it's a big hype show.
Yeah. Good for the Lions fans. Let them enjoy this.
Well, you watch a lot of tape now.
Yeah.
You're in there. You're reading all the articles and what everyone's writing and
trying to keep up.
But what is a Patriots guy anymore? Well, what type of things? I mean, they preach leadership, but as far as on the field, what type of guy are they looking for now?
I think defensively it's going to be pretty similar because they're going to run a similar defense. I think you're still looking for versatility. I think you're still looking for physicality. They may put more of an emphasis on athleticism and agility over raw strength now. That would be the one change, but I wouldn't rule out, the big bruisers either. Offensively, you look at the two things I've looked at are who are the players the Packers took when Elliott Wolf was there, and then who are the kind of guys that worked in Cleveland under Alex Van Pelt the last few years. And kind of just, are there common traits there or guys that really match up? I look at guys like A.D. Mitchell. Perfect example of this. Who's a receiver from Texas, I think could be, if they trade back in to the first round or maybe falls to 34. There are some similarities in his, part of the reason I like him for the Patriots, there are some similarities in his game to Amari Cooper, who obviously had a ton of success last year under AVP in Cleveland. So I look at him, and I don't know for sure that's the way they're going to go. Maybe they change things up, but I look at that and I say, this guy has had success in this sort of role. This sort of role is going to exist in the Patriots offense this year. Why not? And it's tough because I based so much of my draft evaluation over the last 5 years I've been doing this on context, on historical context, on precedent. Because we had this whole, as unpredictable as people say Bill Belichick is, you do something for 20-something years, and there's going to be patterns. You're going to develop patterns. There's no patterns now. So I'm just trying to go off the patterns of the previous places guys were.
And again, we're going to do a ton of Patriots talk throughout the night. Once they make that pick, we'll be really just discussing what it is, what it means for the future, what they do next. It sounds like that pick number 34 could be a chance that they make a move back up into the first round. So we'll have all your coverage throughout the night. The Bears are on the clock officially.
All right, here we go.
But just to kind of keep it Patriots related to what the Bears are doing, they're going to select Caleb Williams. They had DJ Moore that they traded for. That's how they got this whole the trade with the Bryce Young Bryce Young trade from a year ago. But DJ Moore's their guy, right? They got Cole Kmet at tight end. They made a trade for Keenan Allen this year. So it seems like they want to at least surround their number one overall pick with some good talent at wide receiver, something that the Patriots didn't do with Mac Jones from a few years ago. So I ask you, what are some of the things you like that they're doing? Even at running back, they've secured another running back there in Swift. So, just the more I look at this team, they have now built it around their number one pick in Caleb Williams.
Yeah, no, they've done a tremendous job just going out, getting him weapons, getting him quarterback-friendly players. That's the thing. Like DJ Moore is a very quarterback-friendly receiver. There's been a lot of talk about them liking a guy like Rome Odunze, who I would call a very quarterback-friendly receiver. They've built up the offensive line. They've put themselves in position where they can just plop a quarterback in and go. And I think that's, they were in position to do that, and they were trying to do it for Justin Fields. Kind of works out that way, but I think they've done a very, very good job.
Do you think, I look at that, remember they had Tyson Bagent a year ago who had the play. They moved on from Justin Fields. Yep. So they realized quickly, Justin Fields isn't the guy, move on. And the Patriots did something similar, so here they are. Both teams are in a little bit of the same situation, but I do think the Bears have set themselves up. You mentioned quarterback friendly.
Right.
This is why I keep saying support tonight when it comes to the Patriots, because, you'll select the guy. You have some players on the team, but you still need, with the Keenan Allen move, the tight end, stuff to that degree.
So that's the thing, and this is probably what I'm going to write tonight, assuming they take a quarterback, is I know this feels like the end of a long process for all of us, and in a sense it is the end of a process. It's also the beginning of one. You got to stick around and develop the guy. You got to give him the tools, the pieces to succeed, and that's what they failed to do with the last guy. They made 3 premium additions on offense: Cole Strange, Tyquan Thornton, Devontae Parker. That was it. You listed off what the Bears did before they even drafted Caleb Williams. That's what I'm going to be looking for the Patriots to do a better job of this time around.
Can I give you another blockbuster before we? The Tommy Karin seems to be really.
What does he have
in
now?
NBC Sports Boston. But the Patriots pursued Justin Herbert as they were going through this draft process. And this is just J.J. McCarthy. The J.J. McCarthy stuff sticks up because Harbaugh has said to begin with he thinks that J.J.'s
the best quarterback in the draft, right?
And here, the best quarterback, well, the projected number one pick might not always be the best quarterback.
Right.
But, earlier, Justin Herbert mentioned that the Patriots the Patriots pursued Justin Herbert. What are your thoughts on that?
So I said for a while that because people had floated with the Chargers trade Herbert, Harbaugh, does he want a new quarterback, all that. If Justin Herbert's not playing for the Chargers, he'd better be playing for the Patriots. And I would trade the 3rd pick straight up for him. I'd trade the 3rd pick and then something for him. They're doing their due diligence. If we found out later he was available and the Patriots didn't call, how pissed would we be? I don't ultimately think he'll be available, but I'm glad they checked. They should be checking. I'm glad they checked. Yeah.
All right, we're going to break right now. There's about 5 minutes on the board for the first pick. There's about 10 minutes every pick. So We're going to take a break, and we should have live reaction to who the Patriots select at number 3. We'll take a quick break right now. I'm Joe Murray. Alex Barr's here as well. You're listening to 98.5 The Sports Hub. back here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. The NFL Draft officially underway. And, of course, the Chicago Bears have selected Caleb Williams out of UFC with the number 1 overall pick. No surprise there. So now the Washington Commanders are on the clock. They're at about 5:30 left. So once that pick is announced, we'll take a break. And then we will give you the live reaction to the Patriots selection here. But just to add to that Caleb Williams pick, we mentioned DJ Moore. With their first-round pick, they took a tackle. With that second-round pick, they took another corner. And then now they have Caleb Williams in the mix, and they'll have a second-round pick for next year. So would you call that a Godfather deal?
That was a pretty good trade. That was a pretty good trade. That's one of the better deals you're going to get.
You think Bryce Young will be any better?
He'll be better. The NFL is this obsession. You get these quarterbacks that are like 5'10", 5'11", and they're really talented, but they're just small. And the NFL is like, well, look, he has all the talent. We'll make it work. And thus far, none have justified it. Like Baker Mayfield obviously had a good year last year, but he's on his third team already. Kyler Murray's fine, but he hasn't really won anything. The NFL loves to try, and now Bryce Young, the NFL is trying to make that small quarter. I think size still matters at the quarterback position, and people will point out Drew Brees. Drew Brees, I think, is the exception to the rule. Drew Brees was so freaking good. Not every quarterback is going to be Drew Brees.
Okay, and of course, Washington now on the clock, and they've been linked to Jaden Daniels, who I really think just had a hell of a year, obviously won the Heisman, but the way that he improved his downfield throwing, he showed toughness running the football. I think he has surpassed Drake May in the regards of, being a guy that can probably play right away. More of a plug-and-play guy to the prospect type. I know Zoe wants whoever the Patriots select to play right away. But I do think that Jaden Daniels showed signs like Joe Burrow did at LSU. Now, I don't want to compare them. I'm not doing that.
Right.
But the downfield throwing, playing with those type of receivers, he certainly showed that he could play at the next level.
Well, and the other thing is he's older. He has to play right away. You sit him for 2 years, suddenly he's 26. So there's more incentive to play him earlier where Drake May, is 21. He's a little bit younger. So that changes the mathematics of it.
Was there anything here? I know there was some talks about maybe Washington or with how they had their workouts with all the quarterbacks it might have disturbed. Daniels, do you think there's anything here, or they're going with Daniels and he'll be happy once he's selected?
I think they're going with Daniels, and I wonder if that's what some of the stuff was the last couple of days of we're not trading the pick, blah, blah, blah. They're trying to make it good. He wanted that moment. He wanted the moment where, he's named the pick before he's the pick, and I've thought for a while, I had Daniels as the second quarterback. I mean, I had him as the second quarterback before the season ended. And then, when the draft order came out, I thought would hammer it home. He's a much, much better fit for what Cliff Kingsbury wants to do. When they hired Cliff Kingsbury to be their offensive coordinator, he's the best fit in this draft for that offense. And I don't know why. I don't think Cliff Kingsbury is going to fight himself, right? So to me, Jane Daniels is the guy in that scenario.
Yeah, and they're showing him right now in the room. Not a lot of guys in the room.
Are we tipping picks?
Are we tipping picks?
Are we tipping? The pick's been tipped.
I think we know.
And I'm not pulling my hair out. Oh, my God. So I think we all know who they took.
Why don't you tip it so we can go?
Breer and Hal have it. Jaden Daniels, Washington Commanders.
All right, the Patriots will be officially on the clock. Let's take a quick break, and we'll have the live reaction coming up next here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. 98.5 The Sports Hub. The Patriots are on the clock, and the pick is in. Any other directions here? I know there's some reports that there's zero chance that the Patriots will trade out of this one.
Well, the pick's in, so not trading out now.
So
card's up there.
Card is in. Would you be shocked if it was anything but Drake May right now?
I would be monumentally surprised at this point if it's anything other than Drake May.
So is this the consolation prize before? If it is Drake May?
No.
It's not the consolation prize.
No, it's not. I said this, but Joe, I wrote this in November. You can go find it.
98.5thesports.com.
Well, first of all, it's a 4-quarterback draft. Everybody's sleeping on Michael Penix. But if I had to rate Jane Daniels and Drake May out of 100, I might have Daniels with a slight edge, like 86, 85. But when you factor in things like fit, and that goes to your point of support, are you going to let him play in an offense that's conducive to his skill set? Drake May does all the things Alex Van Pelt wants his quarterback to do, whereas Van Pelt struggled working with Deshaun Watson, who was more similar to Jaden Daniels, right? When you factor in fit and all of that, this was the move. Drake May's the move.
And for weeks, months, it feels like there's been talk about what the Patriots should do, which quarterback in particular. And we are about to get the pick.
Nice little applause here in Splitsville.
A nice little applause here, of course, Splitsville, just outside of Patriot Place. Roger Goodell has gone to the podium. He has named who the Patriots have selected. The selection is in the building, which I know not a lot of people were in the building. Let's go to the podium right now for the live pick.
Patriot is.
With the third pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina.
So it is the 21-year-old.
So there it is. Drake May, selected number 3 overall by the New England Patriots out of North Carolina. Had a great season 2 years ago. Still had a fine season last year.
He had a good year last year. It wasn't the same, but it was good.
And again, when I talk about comps when it comes to that, I look at Jordan Love. He's somebody that I looked at who had a great second season, struggled a little bit his third season, could have entered the draft, didn't. Just as far as this pick goes, Alex, I'm excited that they have a guy that they, at least the last couple of days, Elliot Wolf has said that they've come to a consensus on who they like. They have Drake May in mind. They've liked it all along. It was a collaborative approach. Big arm. I'm interested to know what Alex Van Pelt can do with him.
Yeah.
But this is a guy that I, at least going into last football season, I had him as the top 2 quarterback, and here they are. The Patriots select him at number 3 overall.
So look, is Drake May going to work out? I don't know. I can't tell you. It's too soon. What I can tell you is this. No hindsight. Looking at things as they stand, this was their best option. You get a guy with a tremendous, tremendous upside. You put faith in your newly rebuilt coaching staff, your newly rebuilt front office to put the pieces around him to coach him up. He has all the things he can't coach. He has all the things he can't teach. Can you put yourself in as an organization in a spot to maximize on those special skills? His arm strength, his mobility, his athleticism, his toughness, his fearlessness. Can you put yourself in as an organization in a spot to maximize on that? If you can, you have a shot at a guy who's going to be an MVP candidate. If you don't, floor's low. Gerard Mayo said it. But, were there safer picks on the board? Maybe. They've been conservative in the draft for a while. I like them taking a big swing, and that's what they did tonight. They took a big swing.
And I'm interested to hear how Bill Belichick feels about this pick, which we will certainly get to.
Jimmy Stewart says he's dumping all over Drake May. That's a direct quote from Twitter.
What are some things you think he'll struggle with? As we mentioned, Zoe thinks start right away.
Yeah.
We also heard from Giardi about how Brissett was this guy that really guided Sam Howell.
Yeah.
Of course, was with him from North Carolina. I like May for a couple of reasons. He's 6'4" with a big arm, and I thought he was one of the best throwers over the middle of the field.
Absolutely.
But how many times have we talked about boundary and throwing down to the boundary, and that's something a quarterback needs? And do you think he has that skill set, and is that something you think he can improve on?
Yeah, no, I think he can. The big thing with me, with Drake May, I don't think there's a throw he can't make. He's got all the tools in his tool bag. He's got all the, this is how I've said it in the past. He's got every club in his bag, right, in the golf bag. But there'll be times where he needs to go to the, to the pitching wedge and he pulls out the 3-wood. There's times he should be hitting driver and he pulls out the 60. And you just got to kind of work with him on when to do what, because he trusts his arm, which is great, but sometimes he trusts it too much. And you got to try to reel that in a little bit and just, in-play processing. I think his pre-play processing is great. I think he sees the defense well, all of that. It's just going to be about, can he figure out the right... He has all these tools. He's just got to use them at the right time. We have Marvin Harrison Jr., the Cardinals, and now the draft gets nuts.
Wow. So there it is. No surprises here. And Arizona now gets their wide receiver, someone that a lot of Patriots fans wanted to see. They haven't had a receiver in how long?
This is what the fan base wanted. This is what the fan base wanted. So, popular pick. I don't think you can deny that.
All right, what do you got going on? You going over?
I got to run down because we're going to hear from him. We're going to hear from Elliott Wolf, Gerard Mayo. We got May and Mayo now in New England.
May and Mayo.
May and Mayo.
Oh, let's get the shirts.
I'm going to go hear from May and Mayo, and I'm going to come back up here hopefully in like an hour, and I'll tell you what we got.
All right, well, we can't wait to hear from some of the audio over there.
I'll be back.
We'll get the Sports Hub headlines right now, and we'll tell you who the Patriots selected at number 3 overall.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Hey.
Joe Murray. We are live from Splitsville at Patriot Place, just outside of Gillette Stadium, and the Patriots have selected Drake May with the number 3 overall pick from North Carolina. And just to give you a little bit of a breakdown on Drake May, he had a fabulous college career, threw for over 8,000 yards, also could run a little bit, over 1,000 yards on the ground. But he originally, out of high school, committed to Alabama, but left, wanted to stay closer to home. That was the COVID year. But in 2021, he played 4 games behind Sam Howell and had a touchdown in one of the games that Howell didn't play in. So really only played in 4 games, didn't get a lot of work, but was the starter in 2022 and was outstanding. He looked like he was going to be a top 5 pick after the 2022 season. Played in 14 games, threw for over 4,300 yards, 38 touchdowns, but only 7 interceptions. And that's one of the big things with him, because he followed it up 2023, lost some talent. Downs, his running back, but he stuck around there. And in 2023, played in 12 games, threw for 3,600 yards, 24 touchdowns, and 9 interceptions. So the numbers weren't as big as 2022. And again, a little bit less talent, but he was as consistent as anyone. A QB rating of 149, finished his career with a 154 QB rating. So Drake May, if he reaches his potential, some scouts think that he could be a Justin Herbert or a Josh Allen, or even going way back to Drew Bledsoe, the last quarterback that was drafted this high for the New England Patriots. So he's big, he's strong, he's athletic, he has a rocket arm, and he loves football. This guy's in a sports family. His brother played for North Carolina, hit a game-winning shot in one of the Final Fours, I believe, or during the tournament at one point. So he's a part of that family. He played for Mac Brown, who certainly was a pretty strict coach, right, Mac Ball? But for the most part, if you think of Drake May, this is a kid with great upside. And when I say kid, 21 years old. And I think is one of the better prospects. So although some people think he might play right away, he might not. And I think they're fine if Jacoby Brissett is the guy that they go with at quarterback. But just speaking of Brissett, and this is something that was mentioned earlier, he really was good at grooming some of the young quarterbacks, specifically Sam Howell. Personally, I think if you're comparing the two quarterbacks, Howell and May is just a much better athlete. So, all right, so we're going to go to the press conference right now. Is this Elliott Wolf talking about the May pick?
And we really started to feel comfortable with Drake. You know, obviously the game film was really good, but we started to feel comfortable with him as we spent more time with him and you know, visited with him at North Carolina.
One thing you learned different about Drake from the pro day and combine?
Really just getting a chance to know him, see what he's about, see what his family's about, and getting him on the board and seeing his high football intellect.
What if any sort of trade offer for the table?
We had some conversations with other teams, but ultimately we felt like Drake was the player that we wanted, and we had the opportunity to get him.
When did those trade offers kind of stop when you knew that you wanted to play?
A really long time ago. It's two separate. The trade offers, I don't want to say they were constant, but there were different points throughout the process where there were trades, but all along we knew we were in a unique opportunity here to get a quarterback that we liked, and we were obviously able to do that.
Gerard, would you say that you had to be convinced not to take Drake? I mean, I think you guys still had time on the clock. You didn't let it go all the way down when you made the pick, right?
I mean, look, we had time to think through the process. We went through various scenarios with the coaches and scouts, even going back to the collaborative approach that we did this time. And I would say the organization was happy with Drake at 3. So.
Elliott mentioned the trip to North Carolina for his pro day. You guys sent a big staff out there. What did you learned from him, or what were your takeaways from that trip?
Yeah, first and foremost, I would say, just getting a chance to spend time with Mac Brown and asking him questions about Drake really helped me get the full picture. Look, this guy is very competitive. He would literally, miss one question and he'll be on himself about it. But we like that competitive nature, that striving for perfection, and he showed us that.
Gerard and/or Elliott, is Drake May a quarterback you feel can start right away, or someone that you think needs some time to develop?
Yeah, I think, to go back to Bill, I don't think many rookies are ready to just jump in and play. And look, at the end of the day, our philosophy is the best players will play. And, coming in as a rookie, hopefully he's a sponge. There are a lot of good players in that locker room. And look, Jacoby, he understands. Like, he's a mentor. He's very smart, has great leadership skills, and hopefully Drake can learn something from him as well. But I would say, we're going to compete all spring. We're going to compete during training camp, and the best player will start. Darker blue will look better for sure. The light blue only on Jordans, but.
You said that he elevates his teammates. How did that stand out to you, particularly in times of adversity?
Yeah, not to take anything away from anyone else in the program, but the game was on his shoulders for them. I mean, they have some talented players, talented running backs and receivers, but he really was able to elevate them and make them into what they could be.
How did you work through some of the bad tape this year? Obviously, his freshman year, redshirt freshman year was outstanding. He lost a lot of people. He was talking about his footwork. How did you sort of work through that? And was he part of you working through or talking to him and sort of getting his feel for what happened?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, meeting with Coach Van Pelt, Coach McAdoo, Coach McCartney, and just kind of talking through some of the things that, some of the development he needed, some of the things that they thought they could tighten up or fix in some cases. And at the end of the day, we felt comfortable with those things and really betting on the talent and the kid. Like, Drake's a relentless worker from all the indications that we have, and he's going to be able to overcome some of the things in the areas that he needs to improve.
And Gerard, now that you have a young quarterback on the roster, what do you guys think you need to do to support him and make it what's best for him?
Yeah, I think I'll take that one.
Yeah, good. That's why I look at you like this.
Yeah. I just think we need to support him any way we can, on the field, off the field. We need to add some weapons to the offense. We need to shore up the offensive line. We have good players already at those positions, but really just increasing the depth and the competition. Like Gerard mentioned, that competition is going to be at every position. They've been very supportive throughout, and it helps that Gerard and I have been on the same page for almost everything so far, which I know won't continue, but hopefully it continues. Until we have some adversity here and then through that, but they've been very supportive.
I'll win that fight.
Oh, yeah.
Elliot, when did you guys know Drake was your guy outside of a trade? Like, in what part of the process did that?
I don't know if there was one moment. Do you have a?
No, honestly, the more exposures we had with Drake, the more comfortable we felt, and honestly, not to talk about other players, but those top three guys, we were comfortable with all three of those guys, and it just happened to be Drake, and he's definitely he has a lot of potential, and we have a lot of coaches, and we have to develop him.
Either or both. This is a tough market. People have been accustomed to a high caliber of football for a long time. If there is a period of development, what gave you the sense that he's ready to handle all the scrutiny that comes with the position, playing in New England, your sense about his wherewithal and circumstances?
Yeah, he was one of the only quarterbacks in this draft that went up there after every loss and handled the media. Not that the Chapel Hill media is as tough as you guys are, but he handled it with grace, with class. Watching those press conferences, there were a lot of times where the reporters were trying to get him to throw somebody under the bus, and he wouldn't do it. He's a 21-year-old kid, but he's very mature and understands what it means to be a leader.
What was the biggest surprise?
You talked over the line.
Say that again. What was the biggest surprise for both of you guys, maybe over the last couple of weeks leading up to it?
Really just all the scrutiny. I think with so many quarterbacks being so high in the draft that there was a lot of, for lack of a better word, BS out there about this guy or that guy, and a lot of rumors and innuendos and things that just didn't end up being true. But we stayed the course. We were on the same page, and it was really a really good process for us.
Gerard, you talked to Drake having an extremely high ceiling. To you, if he hits that ceiling, what does it mean for the future of the franchise?
It means a lot, but look, let me go back a couple of questions ago. We're not sitting here saying that Drake is our starting quarterback. I think he understands that. He understands the things that he has to get better at. And, with coaching and once again, the hard work and the coaches that we have, the support system from ownership, I think he has a chance to go out there and really play at a high level. You can talk about potential all you want to until you reach it. It really doesn't matter. But we do know the man. We know the man is a hard worker, and he's going to do everything he can to be successful.
You said last month that Drake really impressed you during the combine meeting. What was it that really impressed you about him at that time?
Yeah, just his composure. And I would also say, a lot of teams, they put up all the good plays of players. Elliott and his group, they put a tape together that had a lot of bad plays. And honestly, he took a lot of that blame on himself, even when sometimes it wasn't his fault. But a very accountable man, and can't wait to get to work with him.
Did you guys have any hesitancies in selecting him?
No.
Gerard, you talked about his floor at the league meetings. How much did his floor scare you?
I wouldn't say it scared us. Everyone was focusing on the ceiling, and obviously Drake has a high ceiling. But the floor is like, if everything goes wrong, which we don't anticipate to happen, what does that look like? We were very comfortable as we continue to go through the process. We watched years of this guy playing football, and we feel good about the pick.
Elliot, if we don't
earlier rounds, draft 2, does it sound like had Washington taken Drake at number 2, you would have been comfortable taking Jaden Daniels was even the third pick?
That wasn't really something that kind of came up. We knew a long time ago that Washington was going with Daniels, so we were able to, make our pick, and we're really happy about that.
How long ago?
Weeks.
Elliot, can you talk about, if you guys don't trade up and we don't see you again tonight, we don't talk, can you talk about just having one piece now out of this draft? Because obviously you talked about weaponizing the offense. You guys know you need a lot, right?
Yeah, we have 7 more picks, and we'll probably move around a little bit. Hopefully, acquire some more picks. But we feel strongly about the board, and we'll kind of see how it goes here. There's a lot of other players a lot of good players that are going to come off the board before our next one. So we'll just kind of see how it goes here. Yeah, I'm trying to see who's going where.
Elliot, I just wanted to.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, obviously, with your experience in previous organizations and taking time developing the quarterback, I know this question was asked earlier, but is there not so much a timetable, but when do you think you guys, and maybe this is more geared towards you, Gerard, when do you have a sense you guys will have a better idea of when he might be ready to play? I mean, people try to put timetables on that, but obviously you guys
I think you just answered the question. They try to put timetables on it, but you just never know when that time's going to be. And if you look over the history of the league, sometimes guys, they can go in there and start game 1 and have a Pro Bowl season. Then other guys, they sit for 2 or 3 years and they have a great season or a great career, but it can also go the other way, right? You sit for 2 years and have a terrible career. I think it's hard to really put a timeline on when he will be ready. And once again, look, I don't want you guys to forget about the quarterbacks that we have on our roster, and it's about competing, and it's about going out there every day striving to get better.
For Elliott and Gerard, this is a different feel, obviously, to the draft room this year, so to be able to make the call and make the pick and turn it in, what was the feeling like when you were able to do that?
Yeah, just for me, it was a lot of excitement. Been waiting a long time for the moment to, be able to sit here with someone like Gerard and just kind of collaborate and try to do what's right for the organization. But there's a lot of excitement in the draft room from the scouts and the coaches and just kind of, the new direction that we're taking the team.
Gerard, there are a lot of fans upstairs that you addressed a little bit earlier. Now that you've made this pick, what's your message to Patriots Nation right now?
Look, we still have holes that we need to fill. We still have a lot of draft capital. What I will say is, the most important thing is the guys coming out here working each and every day. So I know a lot of people are writing us off, but we'll see when it comes to the fall.
Elliot, before you made that pick, curious, your father, any word of advice, or was there any number you shared with him?
Not before the pick. I mean, I talked to him a couple times today, and it was really just trust your instinct and try to do what's right for the Patriots.
So have you guys known for a couple of weeks that Drake would do that?
Yeah. It was pretty obvious at that point. Yeah.
Josh's reaction? Like, when was he kind of let in on all, like, knowing that Drake was going to come in, and kind of what was his reaction to the pick?
I would say this morning. We've talked a bunch of times about the different different things that could happen, and this morning, and he's excited. He got the opportunity to talk to Drake on the phone when we picked him, and they had a nice conversation. And I think he's excited as well.
What areas of Drake's game do you both want to see him attack early? There's a lot of kind of Drake down the way to do that.
A guy like Drake, look, he has all the natural ability that you want. He can make all the throws. Really, it's about getting into the playbook, right? It's going to be a different scheme. One thing about our playbook offensively, like we're going to be a game plan offense, and we're going to tailor our offensive game plan to whoever the quarterback is. And we'll see how that pans out, but excited to get him out there with the guys and the coaches.
Bro, was there one thing on tape that wowed you about Drake?
Yeah, one thing about Drake, and we kind of talked about it this past year, they also had some holes on offense. And the thing that most impressed me about him, he would get smacked and just get right back up, right? And that's the same trait. You had a guy like Tom Brady, not saying that he's Tom, but just that mentality. Same thing with Joe Burrow. Like, those guys just keep getting back up and continue to play at a high level. And that was like that aha moment for me.
Are you preparing the defense to absolutely chirp at him, though, all of training camp and all that?
We chirp all the time. We chirp all the time. But, it does get competitive. And right now we have the spring to, kind of get some things done. We'll have a couple extra weeks with the rookies. We'll see how the rest of the draft class plays out. But this is a big one for us. And, I'm very happy. I'm very excited to be in this position.
Ellie, you talked a little bit about the new regime for you guys. You guys discussed or something. You guys Gerard and Mayo going forward.
As far as we're all working together. It's not just Gerard and I. Obviously, Matt Groh, Alonzo Highsmith in my department, and a bunch of other people that are working their tails off. Richard Miller, Brian Smith, Steve Cargile. So we're all working together, and we're all excited about the opportunity that's been presented to us.
Final question. Do you anticipate sleeping tonight?
Absolutely.
Did you sleep last night?
Yes. Pretty well, actually.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. Elliot Wolf and Gerard Mayo, very happy. They sounded happy, and it sounds like they've known for a while now that Jaden Daniels was going too, and very comfortable with Drake May with some of the quotes. They got to know him, said he has a high football intellect. They had conversations, but felt like May was the player. So they did have conversations, just seeing what else they could do and doing their due diligence, it sounds like. Mayo did talk about Mac Brown and having, who was the college coach, of course, for Drake May, and just getting to learn more about him from Mac Brown. And he was also asked, could May start right away? And he referenced Bill Belichick, saying not many rookies are ready to play. So keep that in mind. But we're going to talk to Bob Socci, the voice of the New England Patriots. We'll get a quick look at the headlines here, and we'll talk to Bob coming up right after this.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, home of the Celtics, Bruins, Revs, and Patriots.
Touchdown, Patriots!
Boston's home for sports is 98.5, the Sports Hub, Beasley Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots have made their selection at number 3, taking quarterback Drake May from North Carolina. Number 1 overall pick Caleb Williams. Jaden Daniels went second to Washington. Marvin Harrison Jr. went 4th to Arizona. Joe Alt off the board for the Chargers. Malik Neighbors goes to the Giants, and J.C. Latham just selected to the Titans. The Atlanta Falcons currently on the clock, and we'll certainly keep you posted for our NFL Draft Tracker. Our picks, rumors as they happen. Go to 985thesports.com/draft for all our NFL draft coverage. Headlines, they are brought to you by Drains by James, Eastern Massachusetts leader in pipelining. Drains by James, slow drain, clog drain. You need to contact Drains by James today at drainsbyjames.com. I'm Joe Murray. Going to talk to Bob Socci coming up after this.
This is Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown turns the corner. Finger roll is up and good. Scoring the foul.
Listen to home of the Boston Celtics, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Live from Splitsville, Joe Murray and Alex Barth have the NFL Draft covered on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
All right, back here at 98.5 The Sports Hub. I'm Joe Murray, live from Splitsville, outside of Patriot Place, all brought to us by our friends over at the Albrecht Auto Group. Let's go to the voice of the New England Patriots, Bob Socci, who's joining us here right now. Bob, what are your thoughts on the Patriots staying put and selecting Drake May out of North Carolina?
Well, my first thoughts are, Joe, that I'm really old because I was a sports information intern at the University of North Carolina when Mark May, Drake May's father, was just out of school, beginning a very brief stint as a graduate assistant. So here I am talking about his son being a New England Patriot. I'll be honest with you, I was a bit surprised how quickly the card was turned in, and as well as we just heard from Elliott Wolf and Gerard Mayo, really how relatively quickly the Patriots had settled on him as their quarterback of the future. And what we heard from the press conference, I think if you're a Patriot fan, you feel like Gerard Mayo feels, very excited. But obviously you have to temper that excitement because this is a quarterback that I think even, his strongest advocates would say is going to take time to develop. And we know in this marketplace, which really was the root of my question in one of the queries that I posed to them, it's a demanding marketplace. And there's been this long history of excellent quarterback play the last few years notwithstanding. And so they feel he has the right temperament along with the athletic tools and the potential as a quarterback in the NFL to handle the circumstances.
Bob, what do you think they're going to do to support this kid? The question was asked, if he can play right away, and they referenced Bill Belichick saying that not a lot of rookies are ready to go. Do you think that is the plan? And as you're going to be calling every single game this year, do you think it will be a slow process and Jacoby Brissett will be the starter and will kind of groom the kid here?
Well, I think that's what they would like to happen, Joe. Often that's what teams who draft a quarterback early, because they're picking near the top of the draft or at the top of the draft because they don't have a good team. The circumstance, in rare exceptions, the Niners, when they picked Trey Lance, that's a rare exception because they moved up there to get him where they did. But for the most part, you're picking there because you don't have a strong supporting cast. And I think the thing about Drake May that concerned me going in, and again, it goes back to that previous question, the comparisons to Josh Allen. Now, the next so-and-so is never the next so-and-so. It's very rare. But even if he approaches that, it took Josh Allen a long time. I mean, if you go back to his first couple of years, first 2.5, 3 seasons in the NFL, it took him a long time to become the quarterback that people were sure was the future franchise quarterback of the Buffalo Bills and an elite player. I mean, we think about some of the matchups with the Patriots early in his career. I think back even December of 2021, there were still some doubts at that point, 4 years into the league. So you have to be patient with this young man. I think that they do have to build around him. I think the acquisition of Jacoby Brissett signaled that they were going to get a guy who'd be a great mentor in the quarterback room, someone who could be a short-term placeholder, and therefore that portended that the quarterback they took was not going to be expected to play right away. But you know how it goes often. Starter gets hurt. Starter gets hurt. He doesn't play. The team's going poorly. They need some juice. So they've got to fight that temptation, too.
Hey, Bob, I wanted to let you know that another quarterback has just gone off the board as we're talking here, and I wanted to get your instant reaction to it. The Atlanta Falcons have selected quarterback Michael Penix in the first round. What are your thoughts on that aggressive move by the Falcons?
That is an aggressive move. And, I thought maybe, Atlanta would be one of those teams that would look for a quarterback beyond the first round. But to take him in the first round, now, of course, they got Cousins, so he's going to be their starter. Penix is not a guy that I think you see as a developmental player compared to the others with the athletic upside and the potential, the ceiling that these others have. So that's an interesting move on the part of the Atlanta Falcons. That certainly, I haven't been able to pay attention really from picks 4 to this point. But, Joe, I guess I'll defer to you. I'm quite stunned by that.
I'm absolutely stunned And it brings up just one other thing. When it came to Drake May, obviously Daniels was off the board, and they had a lot of these guys in, right? They had guys looking at him. They didn't really look at Penix until the end. But in your opinion, when it came down to it, do you think Drake May was the collaborative pick overall and who they wanted in the end? And, you know, I always talk about the support system because I do think that's important here. And you saw it with Mac Jones. Maybe didn't get the offensive line play or some of the weapons, as they say here. But just looking at it, you feel like this is the pick that's going to lead them into the future and they're going to build around Drake May.
Well, I think it could be. And I know that's a cop-out, Joe, but, you know, especially if this quarterback needs a lot of work with his footwork, for example. Well, there's nothing that causes a quarterback to forget it, you know, to have good footwork, even when he's, you know, a guy who's as athletic as Drake May is, than being under a constant rush. So you still have to protect a guy who's big and strong and athletic and mobile. And, you know, I just think that they have a lot of holes on this offense that they have to fill. They're going to work to get back into the first round. Mayo told the crowd upstairs at the Patriots draft party, stick around. I think they're going to effort to do that. There are reports that they've been on, you know, the phone line inquiring at least about Brandon Ayuk. So I think they're trying. I think this is an organization that knows right now, when you talk about the brain trust, the so-called brain trust of Elliott Wolf, Gerard Mayo, the other people in that room with them, they know, despite what we've heard publicly at Elliott's press conference last week, that there are a lot of holes on this team that they have to address. And you got to go to tackle, you got to go to wide receiver, whether it's through the draft or via trade. So I think, you know, when you look at them overall, what they do beyond this first pick is going to have a lot to do whether this first pick becomes the quarterback that we hope he will be down the road.
All right, Bob, appreciate your time tonight. Enjoy yourself over there. We're hoping to hear from Drake May coming up in a little bit. And you got our breaking news tonight with Michael Penix. So who knows what else will happen with you here tonight, Bob. Appreciate it.
I'm going to stay tuned. After that, John, I'd definitely stay in tune, but take care.
All right, he's Bob Sozzi, the voice of the New England Patriots. Appreciate your time tonight. We got to go to break right now. Hopefully we'll hear from Drake May coming up in just a little bit.
Boston's home.
is at the podium. Let's hear from Drake May.
I got a room up there. I see y'all in the top corner. So wait, how I look? Y'all can see me or no?
Yes. We can see you.
Perfect. All right. Let's go.
Let's
Don't walk my way at once.
Go ahead and start with your questions.
Drake, what is your reaction?
I'm stoked. I'm super pumped. Can't wait to get up to New England. I'm looking so forward to it, and just an awesome moment to get here with my family and friends. One of the best nights of my life, and can't wait to get up there and get started and get to work.
Drake, the Patriots' Elliott Wolf said he's known for a couple weeks now that they were going to take you at 3. When did you know that the Patriots were going to take you, or was this a surprise?
Yeah, when I heard that phone ring right beside me, I had the ring down phone, the old school phone right beside me at the draft. Once that rang, it was just it rang real early, right at 10 minutes, right when the clock was Patriots on the clock. I heard it started ringing, and it was just kind of one of the moments I'll remember forever and I'll cherish. I think my mom grabbed that phone and took it with her, so we'll remember that forever.
Did she let you have any words with the conversation, or was she the one who picked up the phone?
Yeah, exactly. No, I thought she was. No, she let me, pick it up, and it was a little tough to hear, but no, it was great. You could hear him pretty clear.
Drake, who is with you in Detroit?
Yeah, I got my 3 older brothers. 3 of my best friends. They, even my oldest brother Luke. He plays basketball overseas in Japan. He flew back, yesterday and made it in for the trip. My 2 parents, a longtime girlfriend, and 10 of my friends and family, came up and just as a surprise, yesterday. So awesome night. Can't wait. I know they're excited. We got a whole bunch of Patriots fans now, so I'm excited to see that.
Drake, what stood out to you about the Patriots in the pre-draft process?
Yeah, I think, went up there on the 30 visit. Just not only the history on the wall, but, kind of just the motto there, work ethic, grind it out. The Patriots has been a dynasty and, one of the best areas, best sports towns. I think it's the best, in the country. I'm so looking forward to getting up there, getting to see Gillette Stadium, and just looking forward to that. I think that's kind of what Coach Mayo preached. He's such a player's coach. I can see how, all the guys, kind of attract to him, and I look forward to playing for him and meeting everybody else.
Did you have any conversations with players that are currently on the Patriots, and have you heard from them yet tonight?
Yeah, I have. I got to know actually Jacoby Brissett over the summer. Connor McDermott, I got to meet him at the Super Bowl, and then I've who else on the Patriots? Gonzo a little bit. The DB, and other than that, I'm just excited to meet everybody else, and can't wait to get in that locker room. I remember walking through it, and they got a basketball hoop in there in the locker room that I was shooting at. That's what I remember. So can't wait to get up there and meet the rest of the guys, and just kind of get going.
You mentioned Jacoby Brissett. What's your feelings about getting to be in a quarterback room with him?
Yeah, awesome. He's been so many different places, so many different offenses. I think he's been in this offense before with Coach Van Pelt. Just looking forward to getting to learn from him. I know he's an old guy, old vet, so I know he's looking forward and he can still play. So I'm looking forward to help contribute in any way, and I just looking forward to getting to see him. And I know he's the man.
Drake, you mentioned you got to know Jacoby last summer. Where did you guys meet?
Yeah, I've met him through Sam Howell, back when he was with the Commanders. So I had to meet them through, mutual friends. They're great buddies, and Sam speaks so highly of him. And so I got to meet Jacoby, and looking forward to being in the same room again.
You mentioned Alex Van Pelt. You mentioned Alex Van Pelt too before. Did you get to meet him when you were up here? And what do you know about the offense, and what are you looking forward to running his system?
Yeah, I got to meet Coach, and maybe met first time at the formal interview at the Combine. He was asking some questions, and then went up there for the 30 visit and went through some of the film, outside zone scheme, and they like to throw it around. He was showing some clips and play action stuff with Rodgers back in the day in Green Bay. So I'm looking forward to being in that offense. I know they had a lot of success in the past, and just look forward to kind of finding my way to best contribute to the Pats Nation.
Drake, there's a lot of NFL analysts who would say that the Patriots situation for a rookie quarterback, if it's not the worst, is one of the worst. How do you feel about the situation that you're going into here?
I think they're wrong. I think they had that defense last year. Had a lot of teams at low points, and looking forward to helping anyway in the offensively, and just looking forward to being there with Coach Mayo in his first year. Congrats to him, and I think anybody who's saying that, I think hopefully we'll find out this season. Just gonna work hard with the guys, and hope prove them wrong.
We're going to pause for just a second and take a couple questions off here. We'll come back to the room. We'll go with Ian Steele. How do we activate?
Hey, Stacey, Drake, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's going on?
First of all, congratulations. Welcome to New England in a couple hours. When people think of the New England Patriots and they think of quarterback, they think of Tom Brady. What do you think of Tom Brady and following in his footsteps now?
Yeah, Tom Brady's the GOAT. Now, it's easy to say that. He's the best that ever played this game. I'm not going to be Tom Brady. So I'm just going to try to be Drake May. And from there, I'm just trying to learn from him, hopefully get to know him a little bit. And other than that, just try to, soak it up and be a sponge and try to learn all I can from him. And he's the man in that town. So
next, we'll go with Doug Kyde.
Hey, Drake, welcome to New England. Congrats on getting picked third overall. I just wanted to know a little bit more about what the Patriots first brought up in your combine interview with them when you were going over, in those 15 minutes.
Yeah, I think the first thing, just get to know me, was the first thing. Asked me some background questions, some family questions. Was the first time I talked to him was at the combine because I didn't do anything Senior Bowl stuff or any of that. So we were just kind of some background questions about my family, about my past 2 years, and they put me up on the board a little bit and watched some tape, some good plays I remember, and some of them were bad. So just kind of want to know my thought process and just being honest up there. And I remember drawing up a play. I think they put it against cover 2. I drew up a play. So.
Drake, when we were just meeting with Gerard and Elliott, Gerard said that, he wanted to make it clear that you're not coming in as the starter and that you knew that. What was that conversation like, and what's your understanding on that?
Yeah, they asked me, Coach, in front of, just me in front of a bunch of coaches, and just, I think my first thing is help any way I can contribute. I'm prepared and be ready to be the starter. But at the same time, I think that as a young guy coming in there, it's not given to you. You got to earn it. The NFL is someplace you got to work your butt off. And my job is to go in there and earn the guys' respect. Help whoever is a starter. If I'm not, be the best player they can and help this team win.
Next question, Taylor Kyles.
Greg, first of all, congratulations. Welcome to New England. Watching your film, man, one of the things that stood out was your ability to attack the entire field, inside and outside. So I'm curious, say it's 4th and 7 with the game on the line, whether it's a concept or a route, what would you say is your bread and butter play that you feel really comfortable with?
Yeah. No doubt, I think throwing up some over across the middle. I think, I got to see it well. I'm big 6'5" dude back there where it's a seam shot, big dig, in the corner routes, corner post, anything across the middle of the field. I feel like, can make a throw, make all the throws, and I'm excited to, if it's not there, I can go make a play for myself. So I think that's the most looking forward to it and helping kind of expand that game into the NFL.
Appreciate it. Congratulations again.
Appreciate it.
Oh, Tyler Bronski.
Drake, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I got you, Tyler. What's up?
Awesome, man. Congrats. Welcome to New England. I'm curious if you're the type of guy that feeds off outside noise, or you're the type that stays in his lane. It doesn't really motivate you. What's your mindset when it comes to that?
Yeah, I think control what I can control. That's the biggest thing. All the outside noise is, part of the media trying to make headlines. And the biggest thing for me is to worry about my play on the field and worry about my how I am as a teammate in the locker room and a man in the community. So that's what I'm worried about. All the outside noise, I think, comes with, my play on the field, and that's what I can control.
I'll take a couple final questions from inside the room. Karen Gregan.
Hey, Drake. Elliot Wolf said he appreciated and liked that you had an ability to elevate the players around you. How do you feel you're able to do that?
No doubt. I think that's a huge part of being a quarterback. You're the face of the team. They look to you, and my responsibility is to get the guys, get to know them personally. I think that's the biggest thing. Genuine relationships. That's kind of what I feed off of. Get to know the guys truly, because you may not be able to handle the different guys the same way. One guy you may be able to get on get on them a little bit, yell at them or be a little harder on them. Like some, back in North Carolina, some of the receivers I could do that, and some of the offensive linemen I was more kind of gentle and friendly and just picking them up. So get to know the guys personally. I think that's the biggest thing, and just be one of the guys. I think coming in there as a top 3 pick rookie, I think you kind of just stay humble and don't let that. Worry about my play on the field and then winning games, and that's not what I'm playing the game for. I talk about I love football, I love winning, and I think the biggest thing is I hate losing. Hate losing anything I do. It don't matter what it is.
John?
Thanks, Drake.
Drake, what can Patriot fans expect from you when you get here? Obviously, full of charisma. You're excited about this opportunity, but what can Patriot fans expect when you get here?
Yeah, a competitor and a winner. I think that's the main 2 things that come to mind. It doesn't matter if I'm racing you out the door or on the football field competing. I think I'm competing to win, and that's what Patriots Nation is about. That's what they know how to do, and I'm ready to come in and do that.
Alex Barth.
Drake, obviously just like a long few months here with the pre-draft process. I know you still have a lot of work ahead of you as you get to New England, but how does it feel just to have this portion of this offseason behind you now?
Yeah, it's awesome actually. I think it's a long process. Straight from the season into working out for the combine, then pro day, then these visits. So it was an awesome experience though. A lot of learning, a lot of get to know about the NFL, get to know about the league, and get to meet a lot of different people, a lot of awesome coaches and awesome players. But I'm excited to get to rookie minicamp, get to know the fellow Patriots, and just ready to get to Foxborough.
Take a final question.
Drake, you mentioned combine interviews in this process. What did you learn during the course of the interviews that you need to address before you take the field as a Patriot? Things that you have gained from that process that you'll now try to invest in improving yourself.
No doubt. I think the biggest thing I learned is just be myself. Don't change for the NFL. Don't change for anybody that's hating or downplaying me. Just be myself. Be who I am. I'm not going to change. You're getting Drake May. That's who I am. We are going to see it day in, day out. I may have not as much energy as I may sitting in one of those interview rooms as now, but one of the best days of my life. Can't thank Pats Nation enough, and the front office coach for trusting me, and I promise I won't regret it. And looking forward to it.
Thank you very much, Drake. You've got quite a few other interviews to do tonight, so we're going to let you go. Thank you very much.
Sweet, guys.
We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow.
Sweet. Look forward to seeing you.
All right. That was Drake May, everyone. I was laughing sometimes because I felt like I was watching King of the Hill every once in a while with Boomhauer in there, Just, hey, so how do you feel? Well, man, football, man, I think this is going to be a very entertaining player to listen to. He sounded very confident. I will say that. Very confident. He's excited to be in New England. He's happy for Pats Nation, as he reiterated there. Excuse me. But looking at May overall, I think he's happy to be here. I think they're happy to have him. And there's been a lot going on since this pick has happened. And we do want to hear Bill Belichick's comments coming up in just a little bit. But to get you caught up, 5 quarterbacks have now gone in the top 10. We looked it up. I don't think that's ever happened. 6 in the top 12, as we're hearing right now, because there is movement. 6 quarterbacks have gone in the top 12. And to get you caught up in it, we're actually going to do that in headlines coming up in a minute here. But can you believe that? 6 quarterbacks have gone in the top 12 picks. The Patriots have one of them. They selected Drake May, who just was at the podium speaking to a band of reporters on a conference call from the NFL Draft in Detroit. So let's get you caught up on everything happening in the draft. We'll take a quick break. We'll hear what Bill Belichick had to say as well. We're live from Splitsville at Patriot Place, brought to you by the Albrecht Auto Group, and of course the Sports Hub NFL Draft Trackers live, all the picks and rumors as they happen. Go to 985thesportshub.com/draft for all our NFL draft coverage. We will hit the headlines here, and we'll hear from former Patriots coach Bill Belichick on Drake May. All that coming up next here on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Sports Hub headlines.
All right, we are 12 picks in at the NFL Draft. We'll lead it off first with the number 3 overall pick from the Patriots. They selected Drake May from North Carolina. Number 1 overall was Caleb Williams from USC. Jayden Daniels went second from LSU. Marvin Harrison Jr., he was selected by Arizona at number 4 overall. Joe Alt from Notre Dame, he goes to the Chargers. Malik Neighbors from LSU goes 6 to the Giants. J.C. Latham, another tackle from Alabama, he goes to the Titans at 7. A shocker as the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr. with the 8th overall pick. The Bears with their second first-round pick select Rome Odunze from Washington. And then the Vikings traded up with the Jets 1 spot and select J.J. McCarthy with pick number 10, excuse me. Then Olu Fashanu, he goes to the Jets from Penn State, and the Denver Broncos on the board right now, and it looks like another quarterback is going off the board. I believe it is Bo Nix. So we'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit. But 6 quarterbacks gone in the top 12 at the NFL draft. We got insiders galore with us tonight. Alex Barth will be joining us again. And again, you can check out all our draft coverage at 985thesportshub.com/draft. Headlines, they are brought to you by Safety Insurance, providing comprehensive coverage for your auto, home, and business. Ask your independent agent about safety. I'm Joe Murray. We'll hear from former Patriots coach Bill Belichick coming up next here on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
So here, if you're a plumber, pipe fitter, or in the piping trades, then you need to call my friends at Charles D.
Doesn't sound like he thinks that that Drake May is one of the best throwers in the pocket. Let's hear that one, Skaz.
Transitioning from a college quarterback to a pro quarterback here is, he just needs some time and experience. Here's a late throw over here. Wiggins picks it off.
That's going to happen. Yeah, that's going to happen. That's going to happen.
Route was supposed to come back to the quarterback, I heard.
Again, kind of open receivers down here. We gotta hit them. And again, kind of, I'd say too quick to scramble and get out of the pocket. Of all the quarterbacks, he was the lowest rated in the pocket thrower. But you can see right here, he can definitely do it. That's a good throw against cover 2 on that corner route behind the corner.
So Belichick says, one of the worst throwers in the pocket, but then I think he comes back around and says that he can make all the throws.
He's quick to come off the receiver here. It's right here in the middle, like this. Just a little bit right there. That's as open as they're going to get in the NFL. But I'm just telling you, they're not going to get open by 8 yards in the NFL. So you got to deliver it in there. He's kind of quick to bail out of the pocket, and he's going to have to hang in there a little bit longer, I think, and find those receivers. This is a really good throw here he makes. This is the in cut here. He really drives the ball. That's a nice play. This is a kid that can make all the throws. He just needs to be more consistent. Here's another one where he's, should just stay in the pocket. He doesn't have any pressure. Just stay in the pocket and, take his reads and scrambles out early. Then he throws the ball late and almost gets it picked off. So transitioning from a college quarterback to a pro quarterback here is, he just needs some time and experience.
So Belichick says Drake May needs time and experience. Again, this is Bill Belichick talking about Drake May, who the Patriots selected 3rd overall. A couple more here. Mentions that he just needs some work. Let's hear Bill.
What should we think about with the film, and what did you see from watching him play? Let's go to Bill Belichick's big breakdown.
Hell yeah.
Well, again, a very talented kid, good size, runs well, has a good arm. He hasn't played very much. He really doesn't have a lot of experience, and he makes some big plays like this. This is an amazing play where he kind of throws going backwards, puts the ball right on the money. Whoa. And those are the highlight plays that you really like from May. This is one where he just doesn't really finish the play. He's got double coverage here on the slot receiver. He's got guys open inside and outside and just throws it into double coverage. So again, he's going to need some work in reading defenses, reading coverages.
So Bill Belichick has talked about Drake May a lot, but there's comparisons. We all know comparisons. Alex Barr's back with us.
I'm back. I'm sorry if I'm a little out of breath. I sprinted up.
No,
here.
It's fine. You get to listen to Bill Belichick talk.
Yeah.
Because we all talk about comparisons. Here is Bill Belichick on the Josh Allen comparison.
How are you feeling right now watching that happen with the team that obviously you are so synonymous with? And what do you think about the player that they took in this new era?
Well, I think that's certainly a top need for him. It's quarterback, tackle, and wide receiver. And so, this is one of the top needs. Drake compares himself a lot to Josh Allen. He has been doing that for quite a while. We'll see about that. I think there are some similarities in terms of, size and athleticism. But Josh Allen's a pretty special player now.
So there you go. We'll play more of Belichick so you can catch up on that, Alex. But cool. Before we go to break, anything stand out to you over there? I know you ran over. There was something in your brain when you were running over.
A couple things. I'd say from May or from Mayo. I'm going to do May and Mayo mixed up a bunch here in the next couple of months.
May the force be with you.
It's going to be May, as I see the Patriots tweet. I tweeted out months ago. From Mayo and Wolf, they said they knew Drake May was the guy weeks ago. That they found out Washington was taking Jaden Daniels weeks ago. They knew Drake May was the guy weeks ago. So there shouldn't be any narrative about indecision and will they really wanted a trade or was it a toss-up between him and McCarthy? Nope. They wanted Drake May. And then for May himself, somebody tweeted this at me, and I don't want to overreact to it, but it made me chuckle because there's something there. Just in terms of his mentality, in terms of his mental makeup, a little bit like if Rob Gronkowski was your quarterback. This is a happy-go-lucky kid. At least he is right now, and seems like he genuinely enjoys football. Was the I hate losing more than I like winning kind of thing. A lot less stoic I would say, than the last couple quarterbacks that have been here.
You know what? He did say, I'm not going to be Tom Brady. I'm just going to be Drake May.
I loved that.
Me too.
I honest don't try to be Tom Brady. And I do wonder if that was something with Mac Jones. If the Tom Brady of it all got to him, I don't, and that's not to say Drake May doesn't respect Tom Brady. He called him the greatest of all time, said it's no debate. But I think he knows, like, that's such a lofty expectation. If I kick myself for anything less than that, I'm not going to be able to function. So Drake May is going to be Drake May. Great. That's exactly who he should be trying to be.
All right. Well, a lot of stuff has happened. I don't know if you're all caught up on all the picks or whatever.
Oh, I'm caught up.
We had Bob Sosi on live when the Michael Penix happened.
I have been for months, Joe. Months. Michael Penix, QB4. Fourth best quarterback in this class.
Did you have him go to the Falcons?
I had him going 8th in one mock, but the Falcons traded out. So, close. And Bo Nix at 12 to a Broncos team that already has 3 other versions of Bo Nix.
We were just, Jim and I were just talking about that. You have Stidham, Auburn guy.
Yeah.
You have, Zach Wilson, obviously BYU.
Yeah.
And then you got Nix, who also played at Auburn.
Well, but then you also have DiNucci. You just have a bunch of flying backup quarterbacks.
Can't forget about him either.
Pitt guy. Pitt, and then he transferred somewhere.
We'll recap the entire draft. We'll get you guys caught up in everything in sports up headlines as well in a little bit. And we got a guest coming up next?
Yeah, Cameron Wolf from NFL Network is going to join us. He talked to Gerard Mayo yesterday ahead of the draft. And I know they talked about Drake May, so I'm curious to hear what he has to say about that conversation.
All right, we'll talk to Cameron Wolf coming up next here on our special NFL Draft Show live from the Splitsville at Patriot Place on 98.5 The Sports Hub. here, 98.5 The Sports Hub. I'm Joe Murray, along with Alex Barth from 98.5thesportshub.com. We're at Splitsville, just outside of Patriot Place. The Patriots have selected Drake May, number 3 overall, and we'll go to the Volkswagen Dealers Expert Hotline right now. We'll welcome in Cameron Wolfe. He's an NFL reporter at NFL Network. I know Alex had a chance to catch up with him. Thank you for joining us tonight, Cameron. How are you?
I'm great, man. How are you guys?
What's the buzz in the building with the Drake May pick? What are your thoughts on Drake May to New England?
I thought it was the right pick for them. Once it was clear that Jaden Daniels was going to Washington, it was clear he was the one left of the big three. And Drake May, his timeline actually fits where New England's at, because the one question people had about Drake May was his readiness. He's 21 years old, redshirt sophomore, probably not going to be the guy that's going to light things up and win Rookie of the Year. It's going to take some time, and the Patriots also are going to take some time, build that roster up. And so I think they can grow together. And the one thing I think that really sold them on Drake is he's a competitor. Like, you hear Gerard Mayo talk about his competitiveness, and you'll hear some stories in the days ahead. Drake's grown up in a family of brothers who don't know anything but to fight each other. And so I think that you're going to get a quarterback who has the fight that you want coming forward in New England.
So based on all that, a lot of the conversation leading up to the draft, whoever the Patriots drafted because of their roster, was, is he going to play right away? Is he going to have to wait while they get the roster ready? Do you think Drake May would start week 1 or just at all in his rookie year?
Yeah, I think if I was guessing today, I would say Jacoby Brissett's your week 1 starter. But we'll see. I mean, Gerard Mayo just talked to the media about 45 minutes ago. He said the best player will play. And so I know Drake May, he talked to us, and he's going to want to compete for that job. He's not going to want to just say, hey, I'm sitting because I'm quote-unquote raw. But Jacoby Brissett knows the system. He's a veteran. He's a gamer. And the Patriots have the luxury of not rushing Drake. And so I see this as one of those situations that you let him sit, maybe a half a season, maybe a full season, and whenever that time is right, he'll come in and play. And so I would guess, if I was a betting man here, that you see Jacoby Brissett as your week 1 starter.
All right, Cameron Wolfe joining us here on our special NFL draft show. So obviously Drake May goes to the Patriots, and 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks of the draft. No defensive player taken. What are your thoughts on? I'm going to be honest with you. I was absolutely shocked, so I'm interested in your opinion.
Yeah, I talked to some executives coming into the draft, and one thing that kind of surprised me is a couple people predicted there were going to be no defensive players in the top 10, and that's never happened before. I think the latest we've had one pick is 8. This year, I think the first defensive player just came off the board, the UCLA edge rusher Latu, at 15. So 14 straight offensive players, 6 of them quarterbacks. I don't know why the NFL hates defensive players, but we got to figure this out, because these guys need to get paid too. And so I think that the 6 quarterbacks was definitely a surprise that high. I think some people thought maybe at the back end of the draft you might see a Bo Nix or maybe a Michael Penix, but Atlanta grabs Michael Penix early, kind of on the Jordan Love plan to have him sit a couple years behind Kirk Cousins, and then Sean Payton gets his quarterback in Bo Nix, kind of the last guy on board. So I think the top 3 were very much chalk. Elliot Wolf said they'd known for weeks that Drake May's been the guy, and after that it was just kind of how the rest of them fell out. So Penix QB4, McCarthy to the Vikings, which a lot of people projected as QB5, and then Bo Nix as QB6.
So to bring it back to the Patriots, you have all these offensive players flying off the board, and Elliot Wolf talked about potentially trading back up into the first round, and there'd been reports that the Patriots were looking to do that. You figure this is going to push all the offensive players off the board with so many going. How do you think this impacts the Patriots maybe moving back up from 34?
Yeah, I think you're going to look at what is available. I don't anticipate them making a huge move up. They do value their picks. If they made a move up, to me, it would be somewhere in the back end of the 20s or late 30s just to get that 5th-year option in. And so if there's no one there, then you just wait and see. I mean, I'd look at wide receiver and left tackle as the 2 spots. If one of those guys they love that they maybe have a first-round grade on is still there, then maybe they make a move, but I don't think they're going to force it. So I keep an eye on maybe Brian Thomas Jr. For some reason, he's sliding, and he's there around 26, 27. Maybe he's a guy you move up for. And beyond them, maybe there's a left tackle or right tackle still there. If there's a Tyler Guyton or someone of that like that you can have and maybe take a swing on, then maybe they make a move up. Marius Mims as well. But if not, you come back tomorrow and see what you can play with.
Is there any names that, might surprise us at the back end of the first round? There always seems to be one or two guys that's locked in at day 2, maybe even a third-round pick. Obviously, New England, we know Cole Strange. Are there any names we've heard if the Patriots are trading into that range, or it's not the Patriots, just another team maybe pushes a player to the Patriots that you think could surprise some people?
Yeah, I think you're going to see some guys drop because of medicals, and some guys probably you thought were going to be penciled in the first round not be there. I think what you're going to see coming up here is guys overreacting and maybe reaching for tackles. That's been the spot where I think a lot of teams have had needs, and so I wouldn't be surprised if you see some tackles who weren't in the mix go pretty high. The kid from Arizona, Jordan Morgan, I think he's got a chance to go round 1 just because of how many tackles are going high. There's another kid from BYU, Kingsley. I wouldn't be shocked if he snuck in the back end. So I think you're just going to see a lot of these positions that have a big drop off. Teams trying to make sure they get their guy before they run out.
Would you put, because the Patriots met with him, would you put Tyler Guyton in that group as well?
Yeah, I think Tyler Guyton is a potential first-round grade for a lot of teams, so I don't think I would consider him a surprise, but I definitely think that he's a guy who's got a good chance to go tonight. You look at a lot of those teams in the 20s, Philadelphia, Miami, Dallas, a lot of those teams need tackles, and I can see any of those go to Guyton. So if he for some reason he gets past those teams, that's when I think you start thinking about if the Patriots want to make a move.
Hey, Cameron, have you heard anything about Brandon Ayuk to the Patriots at all?
A lot of people have been trying to get Brandon Ayuk. I've heard the Patriots have had conversations and maybe even an offer, but right now San Fran's staying pat. So I think that this draft is going to be a swing board for a lot of teams because from what I understood, there was at least one or team that had a second-round pick on the board for Brandon Ayuk, and if you get to day 2 of this draft and they're not willing to pull the trigger, then that pick goes off the table. So I think we'll know by tomorrow for sure if the 49ers are going to keep Brandon Ayuk. Debo's also been in conversations as well, and I think that's just a different conversation as far as teams taking on that money he already has and what his fit is in a different offense. But San Fran right now has told teams they're not ready to trade either one. We'll see if that changes as we get closer to day 2 and some of those picks tomorrow.
One more before we let you go here along those same lines. T. Higgins, have you heard anything on him?
Yeah, the Bengals have been adamant they aren't trading T. Higgins. And I think the 49ers have been listening and seemingly more active, but the Bengals have been giving straight no's to teams. And so I think it's much more likely that Brandon Ayuk is traded than T. Higgins.
All right, he's Cameron Wolf. Check him out, NFL Network. Appreciate taking a few minutes tonight. Thanks for the insight.
Yeah, appreciate you, fellas.
All right, he's Cameron Wolf. Check him out, NFL Network. A reporter there. The Ayuk thing for a second-round pick. Interesting, huh?
Yeah, I said it before when we were Giardi or Zoe, whoever it was on. You can get Ayuk for 34. Absolutely.
Done.
Absolutely.
Done. All right. Nice get there, Alex.
Thank you.
Very nice job there. All right, we're going to get to the headlines. We're going to get you caught up in everything that's happened, and then we're going to react to it all. And you know what? I think we have phone calls, too. Oh, we got Mike Reese tonight, too. He's going to join us right here from Splitsville. We haven't taken a phone call. Do you believe that? Because it's so wild tonight. We do want to get your reaction, and you can join us on YouTube as well. We can join the chat here, and we hope to talk to Mike Reese in just a little bit. Let's get to the Sports Hub headlines.
WBCFM from the Town Fair Tire Studios, the home of the Patriots, the Celts, the Revs, and the Bruins. Boston's home for sports is 98.5, the Sports Hub. A Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
All right, let's get you caught up on everything happened at the NFL Draft. Caleb Williams went number 1 overall. Jaden Daniels, number 2 to Washington. Of course, Drake May, number 3 to your New England Patriots. Marvin Harrison Jr., number 4 to Arizona. Joe Alt went 5 to the Chargers. Malik Neighbors, 6 to New York, the Giants, that is. J.C. Latham to the Tennessee Titans. The shocker, though, Michael Penix Jr. goes 8 to the Atlanta Falcons. Roma Dunze goes 9 to the Bears. Vikings traded up 1 pick with the Jets. They selected quarterback J.J. McCarthy at 10. Olu Fashanu goes 11 to the Jets. Bo Nix, number 12 overall to Denver. So 6 quarterbacks go in the first 12 picks. At 13, the Raiders get tight end Brock Bowers. And then you got Talise Fuaga from Oregon State going to the Saints. And Latui Latu from UCLA, the first defensive player off the board, goes with the 15th pick. So there you go. Seattle on the board. We'll get you the rest of the draft coming up in just a little bit. We're going to be joined by ESPN insider Mike Reese. Your headlines are brought to you by Safety Insurance, providing comprehensive coverage for your auto, home, and business. Ask your independent agent about safety. I'm Joe Murray. Your next update is in 30 minutes.
No matter where you go, you're always connected to Boston sports with the 98.5 The Sports Hub app. Download it wherever you get your apps today.
All right, back here, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Joe Murray, Alex Barth. We've had a ton of guests tonight. It's been a really good show here. I'm enjoying ourselves. I think it's lived up to the hype so far. We got a couple of shockers in there, Alex. And now I feel like we're in the middle. We are in the middle of the draft right now, first round. I feel like things are going to get a little interesting now, right? Maybe some teams didn't see certain guys slotted in certain positions. Maybe there's some defensive players that now become available.
Yeah, you're getting a little run on defensive players here.
And I think the Patriots having pick number 34, it almost feels like that's another lottery ticket now, right? Some guys got pushed back a little bit, and I'm just curious. There's all this talk about the Patriots potentially moving up. Could they get a Godfather deal on pick number 34?
Look, that's a very valuable pick, and as much as we talk about the moving up from 34, moving down, you can get significant assets for that. And I don't think it will happen tonight because the draft's going to end. The front offices are going to get back together, regather, set their board, and then, oh, wow, this guy fell? Oh, this guy's here? I saw you. I didn't mean to point out.
No, I know. I heard the sound.
I got you there for a second.
So I went, oh, what's going on?
Oh, this guy fell. This guy's still here. Oh, we like him. Nobody took him. And then suddenly it becomes, how can we go back up and get him? Now, they have 34, not 33. So that's all good. Everybody's going to wait to see who goes 33rd before they make the trade, make sure their guy's still there. But I wrote something last week, Joe, on 98.5thesportshub.com. I went back and I looked at every trade that's been made at or adjacent to one of the picks the Patriots own going into this draft. So to approximate the kind of value. And that 34th pick generally has a fantastic yield. You generally get a fantastic return for that. So I can give you some from the last couple of years. So, for instance, last year, the Colts moved back 3 spots. They picked up pick 141. A few years ago, the Vikings moved back from 34 to 53 and also got 59. The Packers have 2 picks in the 50s, so you could maybe turn that into 2, second-round picks. Turn 34 into 2 second-round picks. The Giants traded 42 for 15, a future third. So there's value with that pick. There's absolutely value with that pick. I just don't think that's something we'll get tonight. I think that's something we probably talk about when we come back on the air tomorrow.
All right, well, right now we are joined by ESPN insider Mike Reese.
Love that suit.
Thank you. It's from one of Joe's friends.
Yeah.
Yep.
You see, I'm sure you probably saw
Thank
that.
you.
How's the party over there tonight? What was the buzz over there
All
tonight?
right, so Patriots draft party. First of all, great to be with you guys.
Hey, thank you.
This is well, I just want to say, before I say get to the party, this reminds me, feeling like I'm getting old now.
I feel like we got to get you a coffee,
1993.
Wow, okay. Bledsoe,
when Bledsoe. Because look at what's happened tonight. 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks. Do I have that right, Alex?
Yes.
I mean, it just shows you that there's not enough supply to meet the demand. So you have to have that position. And I just remember 93 growing up from Framingham, Mass. Bledsoe came, and I felt, obviously Parcells was part of it right before that. But when Bledsoe came, like you just had hope, after down years in 92, 91, 90. And, I'm not comparing Drake to Drew in terms of style of play, because Drake, I feel like, can move.
Yeah.
But I just think this gives them a chance. It gives them something. Now they got to not screw it up and make sure they develop him.
Right.
And there's not too many voices in his ear, but, look, that's the second part of it. The first part is you got to get the guy. And you see how all these teams are jockeying to get the quarterback. So, and now, Joe, the party. They sold 1,900 tickets.
Wow.
This was the biggest draft party they've ever had.
I saw that line when I walked in. It was all the way around to the movie theater.
I've never seen a line that long. So they do this now because they usually have it just in the club. And now they have this new space. Do you need me to stop while they're making a pick?
No,
you guys tell me how it works here. I'm just dropping in on you.
You go ahead,
and I just start talking. I haven't stopped for like 3 minutes.
I like this.
I know. I got a lot of energy. And so now they have this new space, this atrium space. So they open it up between the club. And so 1,900 tickets sold. And I have to tell you, the energy and the buzz up there. Like, you wouldn't think this was like a 4-13 team.
You're not selling us either. But we saw it on the way in. You were in there.
This is,
You're not just coming in here trying to pump the Pats up.
No.
This was true. People were excited for this tonight.
And honestly, Joe, like, I would hope I would never do that. You know, like, I would hope I would always say what it is.
Real.
But you saw that line. I mean, there were some people in there that were like, I didn't want to wait in the line, so I went to get a drink at Splitsville, and then I came back, you know. So what do you guys think?
I think everyone's happy to, like, I feel like Mayo, you guys were there. It seemed like Mayo and Wolf felt like they were happy with the process, and it was collaborative, and they feel like they got the right guy here.
I'm curious about trades, you know, like what came to them.
Yeah.
I don't think it was close. That's my sense.
Okay.
Because I think what they were looking for was, you know, like we talked about the quarterbacks. Like, if you're going to take yourself out of the quarterback mix there, like, you can't go too far down.
I think they had to know with the way that the quarterbacks flew off the board that if they moved down, forget missing out on and McCarthy ultimately went 10th, but, like, you know, just trade up only creates more urgency, right? Would that have forced J.J. McCarthy to go earlier, or Michael Penix even to go earlier? So I always felt like it was going to take a tremendous, unrealistic offer for them to move down.
And also, you know, people who know a little bit more about this than I do tell me that the line from May to the next quarterbacks was significant. We'll see if that's the case, you know, when they start playing. But so I think they got one of the best quarterbacks. I think he fit. So let me say this. So Gerard Mayo said, I don't know if you heard him say this. He said they would have been comfortable with any of the top three quarterbacks. I thought that was interesting for him to say that. I think May of the top three is certainly not the most dynamic, so he would be the third on the list of dynamic. But I think he's built to last. Like with Jaden Daniels, I think he would have been unbelievable. But I think, wouldn't you be nervous about his durability a little bit?
Yeah, and the fact that he runs, that's a big part of his game.
Yeah.
We know May can, but he's probably going to be more of a pocket guy.
So there's a part of me that feels like May is sort of built to last. So that part's good, and we'll see how it goes.
The other interesting thing about that comment, and you kind of just alluded to it, the top three, right, and the drop-off in the draft. Throughout the pre-draft from Mayo and Wolf, it was, 5 guys, 6 guys they kept talking about, and now they've made the pick. Suddenly tonight it's 3. Maybe they didn't believe in that next group as much as they initially let on. And I don't blame them, right? You don't want to show your hand, but it felt like maybe they agreed that there was that drop-off after Drake May.
Well, it is interesting, Alex, how sometimes those things shift, right? Like, I mean, the truth is they probably would have been fine with Penix and McCarthy, but at a different spot.
Exactly.
Than 3. And then you read Adam Schefter's report that the Patriots called the Chargers to inquire about Justin Herbert, and I viewed that just from reading it as, well, of course, you do your due diligence. I mean, Jim Harbaugh, you talk so highly about J.J. McCarthy.
Right.
Well, would you like to, trade us Justin Herbert? You're covering your bases, But so, I mean, I think they explored, the options from what's available on trade market to the draft, and ultimately, I think they did what smart football people do, and now you got to be smart football people, not that you have them, and make sure you develop them.
Do you think one of the things they mentioned tonight is either Mayo or Wolf? They talked about a quarterback sitting, and Mayo referenced Bill. Rookies aren't ready to go right away. But in this case, is this like a deal? Is this something that they've discussed with May as, hey, if you're drafted here, you're probably going to sit? And obviously he echoed great sentiments about Jacoby Brissett and his relationship with Sam Howell.
Definitely, yeah. So I think I do think if I heard Drake on his video. Did you happen to listen to it?
Yep.
Okay, so you heard all this stuff with us. He had said, that there was an understanding, like he's not coming in as the starter right away. I would say on that, like, why rush it? Like, if he comes in and he deserves it, like the analogy with Bledsoe, and Bledsoe ended up being the quarterback, right away. If he earns it, by all means. Like, because here's the thing, and I would say players, the players know. You know, like that. And I'm gonna go back. This is probably not the best analogy, but the Mac Cam thing. Like Mac got the job in 2021 because the players looked and they saw which quarterback was the better fit for what they were doing. And so ultimately, I do believe like he could start week 1, but I think the way they've set it up is sort of protects them where they don't have to go that route.
Just on the fit. So now you have a quarterback room of Jacoby Brissett, who obviously, we know you've covered him. He's been here before. Bailey Zappi, who we're familiar with. He's been here for a couple years. Nathan Rourke, and then Drake May. What do you like about that quarterback room? What do you make of that group, working together? And I guess you could throw T.C. McCartney in there as well, the coach. How do you feel about the dynamics in that room?
Well, one of the first things I'll be curious about is if they stay with 4. Alex, right? Like, if I remember, and this is probably more of a Josh McDaniels thing, but I remember them often saying when Bill Belichick was here that it's hard to find the reps for 4 quarterbacks. Like there's only so many reps to go around. So my first thought would be, what does that mean for Bailey, or what does that mean for Rourke? And if they do go with 4, then it reminds me of with Brady in 2000, right? When they had Bledsoe, Freeze, and Michael Bishop, if I remember off the top of my head. Not that they'll keep 4 on the active roster. That was a different situation. But what I like about it, Alex, to answer the question is I think the styles of their play fit, so it's not like a big change when you go from one to the other.
Yep.
So that's one thing that stands out. And you probably need 3, right? We've seen all the injuries. So that part's good, and they got a lot of holes to fill around it, So that's probably the thing that I would say I like the most, that you don't want to put the kid out there if you're going to put him in harm's way. So that's where Jacoby comes in until you can get some of those other pieces in place.
Looking ahead here, pick number 34, Alex and I were just talking about it. Some guys have fallen now. That pick number 34 is going to be like gold. Do you think they'd listen to a Godfather deal on pick 34?
So I love it, Joe. So a couple things. So Gerard at the party talks about to the party, hey, don't leave. We can always sneak in the back of the first round. And I do think they had talked about that. The idea, like, if they can get a starting, like, even trade back in to the first round. Yeah. So I wouldn't rule that out. But they sort of contradict themselves sometimes because Elliott Wolf in the post-draft press conference said he'd like to add more picks. They have 7 picks left. So
it's tough to do both.
They're going to be right one way or the other.
Yeah.
So we'll see. And why is it this way? I'm feeling like so old when you say pick 34. My first thought is, well, will it be like another Razai Dowling? Remember that when he was 33, if I remember, that top pick of the second round. Those are because you know what happens, right? Like everyone goes home after tonight, they reset it.
Oh, this guy's still here.
Still there.
Yeah.
So that pick, Joe, that pick has some value. That pick has some value, right?
It certainly does.
Yeah.
And you wrote something on Sunday, and you had some names, receiver and tackle. I remember Xavier Legette was on there, I think, Tyler Guyton. Anybody specific from that, if they're going to move back up, that you think they could target?
I was thinking Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma.
Yeah,
right?
I like him for them. They met with him, too.
Yeah, and that's what I thought. They brought him in for a visit, which to me, and he had been, I think the projection is late first round.
Right around there.
So, and ultimately it comes down, Alex, to their evaluation. Like if they think he could be a future left tackle, and you can get him, that might be worth coming up for. And you might not have to give up that much. There goes a tackle right there, Mims. But, you're going up from 34, let's say, to 28.
Right.
What are you giving up there, Alex? A 5, a 4? Or can you pick swap where you maybe don't give up a pick, but you just give up position?
So in the past, I can tell you, I'm going to have to comb through all this.
Yeah.
I have all these former trades here, but so all right, in 2022, the Jags traded, and the Patriots are totally in position to do this. 33, 106, and 180 for 27.
Yeah.
So the Patriots have 34, 103, and 180, but you're losing 2 picks there. So it goes. It's tough with we want to add more picks, but we want to move up. You got to pick one.
That's right.
You got to kind of pick one. So we'll see who. We've talked about the collaborative approach. Maybe that's where Elliott Wolf's final say comes in and says, no, we like this guy, but we're not willing to give up all these picks to get him.
What's the reaction been to the fans?
I think it's positive. We had a couple of we're on YouTube tonight.
Nice.
And I would say 50-50 people have been happy with the pick.
Yeah.
I haven't had too many people call, at least be like, oh, it's terrible. A lot of people are still reacting to Bill Belichick. I'm not sure if you've heard any of his comments.
Oh, no. Tell me. Fill me in. It's so hard to keep track of everything.
It's weird that he said a few things that I thought were somewhat interesting, but he talked about Drake May and some of the struggles that he has with his footwork.
Yep.
Also said that maybe there is some Josh Allen comparisons there.
He loves Josh Allen.
Yep. And then just one other one he had. Good thrower in the pocket, but if he gets moved around in the pocket, Bill thought he could struggle in that.
Definitely. And he's only played, 28 starts, Alex? Do I have that off the top of my head for Drake May? So this is, this is a 21-year-old kid. There's a lot of, growth there, and
26 starts.
26 starts.
Yeah.
So when you and think about that, compare that to Jaden Daniels, 55.
Right.
So he's played less than half the starts. So he's, shows you that it's more of I don't want to say it's not a project. That's not the word, but it's just he's much more green
prospect.
It's
green
this,
bananas.
Yeah.
To me, it's this weird counter of only 26 starts, but he threw over 500 passes as a freshman, and I think it was like 460 last year. The only guy in this draft that threw more passes than him over the last 2 years was Michael Penix.
Yeah.
So obviously some guys threw passes before when he wasn't in college, but for a guy as young as he is, he's played a ton of football. He's seen a lot. Also, so there is a poll on here. Are you happy with Drake May? 83% say yes.
Wow.
So it does seem to be very positive.
And on the footwork stuff, I'm sure you saw the Kevin O'Connell clip on the social media when he was at a church and someone asked him about, and he said, Kevin O'Connell, of course, former quarterback, said, footwork, that's the type of thing you can coach. Drake May has other things that you can't coach. 6'4", 223. That's the one thing, the other thing, I think we might have touched on it before, but you play in the Northeast. I mean, you guys know what the weather's like here.
You got to have good footing.
Mid-December into January. You also got to throw it. Cut it through the wind and the conditions. He's got a good arm, so... Yeah, I think pretty promising, guys.
So the other thing on his footwork, too, I remember hearing, I don't remember where I heard it through the pre-draft process. I think Evan Lazar told me that when they changed offensive coordinators at UNC going into the 2023 season, they changed the way they coordinated their dropbacks, and they were a backpedal dropback team instead of a pro dropback until last year. So he's still very new at this, which it doesn't necessarily excuse it, but it's also like this isn't a guy who's been dropping back that way his whole life and just can't figure it out. He was just sort of introduced to that. So the more he does it, you feel like the more comfortable he's going to get with it, the better he'll get with it.
Definitely. And that I actually remember going through that. He played under Phil Longo in this air raid offense in 2022, had a great season. Longo goes to Wisconsin. Chip Lindsey, I think, takes over. It's a different type of offense. Somewhat similar to what we watched Mac, struggle with. He lost one of his receivers, Josh Downs, from 22 to 23. Didn't have as much around him, and still found a way to, elevate his teammates. But I like the discussion because it's not like, oh, this guy's the greatest quarterback ever. Like, there are some flaws there that need to be worked on, and we'll see if they can do it.
What else you got going on this week? Tomorrow night you gonna be back here or what?
So 1 o'clock tomorrow, Drake May coming in for the jersey presentation.
Nice.
So we'll, And I think about those are one of my favorite things over the years.
It's a fun day. Although it is always very windy.
Yes.
Nobody can ever hear anybody, but it's always a fun day.
So 1 o'clock, and then what's interesting, Joe, is we've all been here for reporters tonight for the draft, but tomorrow they'll make it virtual. So probably we'll be here for the Drake May thing. Anything ESPN needs me to do, I'm obviously happy to do. But from like the bigger picture standpoint of like ESPN, when Penix goes 8 to the Falcons, like who saw that coming? And Bo Nix goes 12 to the Broncos. Those, like, we sort of thought quarterbacks 1, 2, 3, but did we really think quarterbacks 8? So those stories for us probably elevate up, the next day, and the Patriots may, just from our, I can just sort of skate my lane, maybe, follow the draft from home.
There you go.
There you go.
All right, well, he's Mike Reese. You can check out all his work, ESPN Insider, joining us here on 98.5 The Sports. I'm Mike. Great job. You look good.
Thanks.
Great insight. Appreciate you as always.
Thanks. Great being on with you guys.
Mike.
Thanks for letting me. I felt like you just wound me up, and I just couldn't stop.
No, it's great.
We're here all night. The first round's not even over yet,
That's
so
awesome.
we got plenty more to go. All right, we're going to hit a break. You're listening to 98.5 The Sports Hub.
get your NFL draft coverage right here. Joe Murray and Alex Barth are live at Splitsville on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Drake, what can Patriot fans expect from you when you get here? Obviously, full of charisma. You're excited about this opportunity, but what can Patriot fans expect when you get here?
Yeah, competitor and a winner. I think that's the main two things that come to mind. It doesn't matter if I'm racing you out the door, or on the football field competing. I think I'm competing to win, and that's what Patriots Nation's about. That's what they know how to do, and I'm ready to come in and do that.
Sportsbook.com. It's been a good night, Alex.
Great night.
So that was Drake May talking. So I feel better about everything. I don't know what it was.
Joe, the exhale I took when we heard they were taking Drake May. Like, oh, they got it right.
So what was the worst case scenario tonight? What was the worst case scenario for the Patriots based off a little hindsight that we know now?
So, to me, the worst. All right, I'll give you 3 tiers. Like the worst
Barthy's
tiers. Here we go. Every time I say that word, I'm like, oh my god. The realistic worst case scenario is JJ McCarthy. I just don't. He went to Minnesota. Great spot for him because JJ McCarthy at the end of the day is going to be a product of his environment. The environment in Minnesota, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, they got a good line, good coach, they are offensive-based coaching staff. Great. The environment here in New England, not as great. The worst case scenario in terms of the quarterbacks was Bo Nix.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw this. Somebody was asleep at Bo Nix' draft party, which is, I've been calling Bo Nix the ambient quarterback, right? He's just, I don't even know that he's bad. He's just very boring.
Yeah, that's one thing we missed. We're here, and you've been running around all day. It's been wild. So now we do have a little exhale moment now. But that's what I miss about watching the draft, at home and everything.
Oh, that stuff?
Just remember the kid who was on the phone, but his girl took his other phone?
Yeah. Or Keon White last year being just...
Why is he so upset?
And then we just found out that's who Keon White is. The worst case scenario, though, and I do want to talk about this because I think it's important. The worst case scenario was the Patriots to try to trade back for a quarterback and get jumped and end up without a quarterback. And
it would have happened.
I have been saying this for months.
Well, and you and Cerrone have actually done I've heard you guys on Sunday mornings. You guys have literally said, hey, it's a bad move to trade back because you're going to get jumped. But we only thought it was 4 quarterbacks. No, it was 6 in the top 12.
You see this headline here? 98.5sportshub.com. So you want to trade down for a quarterback by Alex Barth, explaining why it's a bad idea? January 17th.
Yep.
January 17th.
I listen to you guys on the way in on Sunday mornings. You've talked about it plenty of times. So.
If you like a quarterback, odds are other teams like him, and teams that like quarterbacks, as we saw tonight, are going to be aggressive in getting their quarterbacks. That's what the Patriots did. They stayed, so it's not the same kind of aggressive, but, Ian Rappaport reported they had some real offers on the table, but they wanted their guy. They took their guy. If they had been wishy-washy about it, there's a real chance they came out of this draft either with Bo Nix or with no quarterback. There's a real chance if they tried to trade back, that's what would happen. So that was the worst case scenario, but thankfully we don't have to talk about it.
So, again, we're probably going to have to give you a lot of the Belichick stuff tomorrow. We'll recap everything. Alex will be with us in the first hour because unless something happens here, tonight.
I'm working for the office tomorrow. I'll be down there.
Whatever. We'll
you know
this.
where my office is. You come down and knock.
Right
I'm down there.
But a lot of all right. So it's funny. People are coming over from the draft party from over here. We just had Mike Reese, and when people are coming over, they've been asking about Belichick. What Belichick say about May? It's still a conversation. And I'm reading here from plenty of people. I know Andrew Marchand here. Marchand has Belichick likes J.J. McCarthy a lot.
Doesn't surprise me. He's safe. And that's what Bill wants from his quarterback. That's what he thought he was getting in Mac Jones. Make the right play. Don't turn the ball over. Don't try to do too much. That's J.J. McCarthy.
Just real quick. I think the Vikings crushed the draft.
Vikings had a great draft. Vikings had a fantastic draft. As much as people think I've been down on McCarthy, I didn't agree with the hype. And I think I'm justified in that by where he actually went. I think he was overhyped. And I didn't like him for the Patriots because, again, he will be a product of his environment. Minnesota was far and away. I'll even include Chicago in this, Joe. Minnesota was far and away the best landing spot for a quarterback in this draft. So there you go. That's it. J.J. McCarthy goes there, and I'm sure he'll be solid there. He's going to pick up right where Kirk Cousins left off. And Kirk Cousins might be wishing he'd stay, based on some of the reporting coming out of Atlanta tonight.
All right, we're going to get you caught up in everything happening in Sports Hub headlines here. I'll read off all the picks. We're now getting into the 20s.
We are into the 20s. The 20th pick was just made.
So we'll get you caught up in everything happening right now in Sports Hub headlines. We'll continue the conversation here. We'll see what else leaks out, and we'll give you a couple of picks that
We're
just
getting
happened.
to, do we start to monitor the Patriots moving on? We got maybe 4 or 5 picks to go.
Here's what I want you to do during the break.
Yeah.
Give me Barth's big board of remaining players.
Oh, okay.
Give me the Barthy big board. All right, we'll take a look at the headlines here right now.
Sports Hub headlines.
All right, let me give you the picks. I'll tell you what's happened at the NFL Draft. We know about the top 3 picks. Drake May, obviously, going to the Patriots out of North Carolina, number 3 overall. Marvin Harrison Jr., he goes to Arizona at 4. Joe Alt to the Chargers at 5. Malik Neighbors to the Giants at 6. J.C. Latham goes to the Titans at 7. Michael Penix Jr. goes to Atlanta at 8. That was the shocker of the draft. Roma Dunze goes to the Bears at 9. J.J. McCarthy, he goes to the Vikings. They traded up 1 pick for him at 10. Olufushanu, he goes to the Jets at 11. Bo Nix, drafted by the Broncos at 12. Brock Bowers goes to the Raiders at 13. And then you get Talise Fuaga from Oregon State. He goes to the Saints at 14. Latu, he goes to the Colts at 15. Byron Murphy, the big tackle, to Seattle at 16. Dallas Turner to the Vikings again at 17. And then Amarius Mims goes to the Bengals at 18. Jared Verse, 19 to the Rams. And Troy Fuatanu, he goes to the Steelers at 20. So the Dolphins are now on the clock. It's been a great night here. Let's get you caught up on some of the other things that are going on right now. I know at the NBA playoffs tonight, they're also in action. The Philadelphia 76ers got 50 points from Joel Embiid tonight. A big night for them. And the Magic beat the Cavaliers 121-83. And the Lakers and Nuggets in action. Headlines, they are brought to you by our good friends over at Valvoline is an oil change. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit NewEnglandOilChange.com for 15% off your next drive to oil change. At Valvoline is an oil change, now open in Franklin, Billerick, and Peabody. I'm Joe Murray. Next update, 30 minutes.
There's a lot of NFL analysts who would say that the Patriots situation for rookie quarterback, if it's not the worst, is one of the worst. How do you feel about the situation that you're going into here?
I think they're wrong. I think they had that defense last year. Had a lot of teams at low points, and looking forward to helping anyway in the offensively, and looking forward to being there with Coach Mayo in his first year. Congrats to him, and I think anybody who's saying that, I think hopefully we'll find out this season. Just gonna work hard with the guys, and prove them wrong.
Our crew here, excellent job tonight. Dennis Knudsen, Tyler Knudsen, Jim Louth. Who else was here? Our street team. Kelly Anderson was here. Rick Radzik was here earlier. All the guests that we had tonight. Giardi, Zoe. We just had Mike Reese in the studio. Cameron Wolf.
We had Matt McCarthy, Sean Silver stop by.
Bob Sosi as well. Anybody else we missed here tonight?
Skaz?
Hey, Skaz. Come on, bud. That's the warm-up act, bro. That's the warm-up act. All right? Kyle Fabrizio back in our studios helping us out tonight. And, of course, James Scaramazzino. Skaz, 1Z. Doing a fantastic job back there, and I'm sure that it's crazy because, me during the break, I see the food going by and then people are talking to me. It's hard to keep it going. But excellent job here from our staff and, of course, all our friends on YouTube tonight. Wow. This is it's been a great turnout. And I'm glad this worked out. We got 388 people right now in our stream. Let's see if we can bump that up for the final hours here or so on 98.5 this way. I miss anybody, Jim? We got to thank anybody else?
Did you say Giardi?
Giardi, I said him.
Okay.
How do you feel about all that? How do you feel? How are you feeling tonight, Jim?
I got to find something about Drake May to fall in love with because don't like the guy. Like the quarterback right now.
It's not as Yaz. Hey, so how are you? Yeah.
I like that he was genuine in his conversations with the media. Like he wasn't a politician. That's all I'm going for right now. I don't like him on the field. I gotta be convinced. Barth thinks the first time I see him throw a pass at training camp, I'll be convinced.
Oh yeah.
Well, look the way everybody reacted to his pro day.
Yeah,
that's what that was for a lot of people.
So we're gonna watch him at training camp, and then we're gonna wait till 2025.
I sat in studio with Felger and Maz watching Drake May's pro day. And he literally threw it into the stands, and we went, oh, boy. A couple of them went in the stands. So it was bad for hey, listen, we're going to go back to camp. I'll still tell you Bailey Zappi probably still throws a good ball. You know what I mean? So we'll see how it is. It's going to be 4 quarterbacks there.
Yeah, how you feeling about your guy Bailey Zappi now?
I think he's going to compete for the starting job.
All right.
I think he's going to compete for the starting job still. Because it's not going to be Drake May.
You don't think they're even going to give Drake May a chance to compete for it?
Nope.
I'd be surprised if they don't give him a chance. Look, I don't think he's going to start week 1, but he's going to be in the running. I think there's a chance he starts year 1 at some point.
I hope so.
I hope so, too, but I also think so.
Wait, did Justin Herbert... What was Herbert's trajectory?
Herbert was supposed to sit, and then the trainers were working on Tyrod Taylor, punctured his lung.
And it was a great
giving him a shot before the game.
The best thing ever, right? That happened to that organization.
It was a win-win. The Chargers got Justin Herbert, and I think Tyrod Taylor won some significant money in a lawsuit.
That's right. Still playing in the league to this day. I got to thank our intern back there, too, Ryan Bell. Doing a fabulous job. I didn't want to leave him out. Does a great job with our video on YouTube as well. So shout out to everybody. And if Dennis Knudsen is listening on his way home right now, thank you, Dennis. All right, what's the Barthy big board right now? I know the Eagles are on the clock, so we're going to see who they select. They've had they could use a spark.
Yeah, they took Quinion Mitchell, cornerback from Toledo, and what I was going to say is
fell, huh?
Well, here's the thing. This is a really good cornerback class. None of the corners went. I was going to say the best players on the board. I like Brian Thomas from LSU, wide receiver. I was going to put him up there. But then it's Quinion Mitchell, Terrian Arnold from Alabama, Nate Wiggins from Clemson. If you want to throw in Kool-Aid McKinstry from Alabama, like a lot of really good tackle talent still on the board. Obviously, the interior offensive linemen are still there. Graham Barton, Jackson Powers Johnson. Is probably easy for early for them anyway. I will say, for all we talk about the Patriots maybe moving up for a tackle, that board's getting thin.
What did you say earlier about Belichick? Didn't he have like a board of team needs for the Patriots?
Yeah.
What was the third one? He had
corner instead of receiver.
He had a corner for the Patriots, huh?
I think he knew what he was doing there. He took a corner last year. He knows. He knows what he was doing.
But he also still favors defense over offense.
Yeah. He still had quarterback
That was
and
my take
tackle
on
as
it.
the first two. He still has quarterback and tackles the first two, for whatever.
Cooper DeJean still available? If you're
Cooper
talking
DeJean
about?
is still there,
DeJean,
yep.
yep.
I actually thought he might be a really good fit for Philly because they have multiple needs in the secondary, and his skill set's pretty diverse. He can play some corner, he can play some safety, but Quinyon Mitchell, man, you watch him at Toledo, and the only question is this Fugazi because he's playing in the MAC? And then you saw him go to the Senior Bowl and just outright dominate. He was the only guy that could cover Roman Wilson. He was the only guy that could cover Brendan Rice. He was the only guy that could cover Ricky Pearsall. This is a really good pick. Philly has a couple good corners. James Bradbury, Darius Slade, but they're older. Their contracts are about up. You get a year ahead on a need. You take advantage of a player who fell. It's a good pick. It's a good pick for Philly, but I still think the value there is at corner. I think tackle, if the Patriots are going to trade up for a tackle, that's where you start to wonder. Because Tyler Guyton, and we talked about him with Mike Reese earlier, the Patriots have met with him, hyper-athletic, big tackle, would be a great fit in New England, especially playing with Drake May. After him, there's a drop-off. I know some people like Kingsley Suamatia, and I think I'm pronouncing that right, from BYU. He's like a fringe first-round pick, but the way this is going, he may go. I know some people like Jordan Morgan. I think Cameron Wolf had said he may be a first-round pick. I don't love him for the Patriots because he's not a true tackle. He's a tackle guard hybrid. Reminds me a little bit of Isaiah Wynn. So if they want to tackle, they may have to get aggressive. Now, the flip side of that may be all these teams that want tackles are going to fly up and get tackles. You're going to have some teams that just maybe weren't in on a corner. It wasn't a primary need, but if all these corners are going to fall, they're going to take advantage. Does that push some receivers down the board? I didn't think Brian Thomas would last this far. Now, he may go to Jacksonville right here. That would be a pick that would make a lot of sense as they try to maximize on Trevor Lawrence here. But if Brian Thomas falls a little bit, does that push A.D. Mitchell to 29, 30, 31, 32? He's a player I really like for the Patriots. We talked about him earlier in the show. He reminds me of Amari Cooper, who obviously had a lot of success with Alex Van Pelt in Cleveland. So it's going to be interesting to see. These next few picks, I think, will tell us a lot.
Yeah, it's been a pretty surprising night. That's why I wanted to get the Barthy big board, because now we need to reset a little bit. Need to see who else is available. So
I don't think I'll just add this. I don't think we're in range of the Patriots trading back up just yet. We can start talking about some guys to watch. Like I said, A.D. Mitchell, Tyler Guyton. The highest I think they go is 26. And we're at 23 right now. The Jaguars the pick is in. We don't know what it is yet. Maybe 25 with the Packers, but they have multiple. They have two 50s picks, an 80s pick, and a 90s pick. So they don't need day two assets. And I don't think the Patriots are going to be super eager to trade future picks. So I look at 26 Tampa, 27 Cardinals. You know the Bills are taking wide receiver at 28. So if you want A.D. Mitchell, that's the team to jump unless Brian Thomas falls. It is Brian Thomas here? All right.
So, hey, you know what? Good pick for them.
Great pick. You got to put something around Trevor Lawrence. They lost Calvin Ridley. They have some other complementary pieces, but you need a real number one. I think Brian Thomas can be a real number one.
Yeah.
Reminds me of like a slimmed down DK Metcalf kind of guy. Not as physical, but definitely has that deep ball, explosive ability.
LSU wide receiver.
LSU, yep.
You know? Yeah, I had him going a little earlier in the draft, so I think we're starting to see now talent moving down in the draft because 6 quarterbacks went in the top 12. There's still some talent on the board. I wanted to look at on the other side here, Alex. We're now getting into that part of the draft where people were linked, meaning Brandon Ayuk for a first-round pick, potentially a second.
Right.
So I want to just kind of take a look at teams that are on the board, who might trade back, and are there any partners for the Patriots or any players available to continue that conversation?
I don't think Dallas is going to trade back. They're on the clock now.
By the way, what did they do this offseason?
So they're the Red Sox of the NFL right now because Jerry Jones came out at the beginning of the offseason and said they were going to get aggressive, and then they've done nothing. So I don't think they can trade back. Green Bay, maybe. We know Elliott Wolf has connections there. Alonzo Highsmith has connections there, but their package of picks, they're sitting pretty. They've got, all those picks from the Aaron Rodgers trade. Again, it's, I think, 54, 59, and then I want to say it's 88 and 91. Maybe it's 81 and 98. So they're in good shape. They don't necessarily need more day 2 picks. You'd have to really give them a special offer, and that's just not worth it. Tampa at 26. They've got a lot of needs. They don't have a ton of picks. I wouldn't say they have too few picks. They don't have a ton of picks. They got a lot of needs. They got a lot of expensive players. They need affordable talent. So adding picks for them may be worth moving back. Arizona, maybe it's their second first-round pick. Do they want to capitalize on that? Do they see the value moving back? They're a best player available team, so that one's a little tougher. The Bills aren't moving back with you. And then I think any of the Final Four teams, Lions, Ravens, Niners, Chiefs, I could see the Chiefs moving up. They usually move up. They are very aggressive in the draft. But I think if we're going to look ahead here, Tampa, I think it's got to be Tampa at 26. After that, you're probably looking at 29 or later.
All right, we'll take a quick break here. We'll continue our NFL draft coverage. We're here at Splitsville, just outside of Patriots Place, all brought to us by the Albrecht Auto Group. Alex Bars here. I'm Joe Murray. You're listening to 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Kuiper. I would go Drake May. Drake May, to me, going into this year, you thought he could challenge Caleb Williams. Why didn't he? Well, he lost his offensive coordinator. He didn't have Josh Downs.
Patriots pick is in. The commissioner is on his way. Here comes pick number 3.
With the third pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May, quarterback, North Carolina.
All right, back here, 98.5 The Sports Hub. It's the commissioner announcing Drake May at pick number 3 to the New England Patriots. Did you hear the cheers?
Yeah.
A Detroit crowd.
Neutral crowd. They're cheering everything.
Detroit crowd.
Right, neutral to the Patriots. I don't think Detroit. It's not like the draft's in New York or Pittsburgh or even Kansas City, right? It's what do Lions fans care about the Patriots?
Well, there was cheers. There was cheers here, and I listen. Every once in a while, I give you a guy rag on the reporters here, and I'm the guy from afar, so I get it. All right, I gave you the disclaimer ahead of time, but I do feel like at times maybe some things are embellished a little bit, because you're supporting the team and whatever, you're covering the team. I honestly mean it tonight. There was buzz in the building. There was buzz here.
There was legit buzz. We have a trade, by the way.
Ooh.
The Lions, and after I gave that whole thing about
the
Cowboys,
it's a neutral site. The Cowboys got to do something.
The Cowboys can't trade.
What do you think is going on right now in Dallas for Dallas? They're pissed.
Dallas got to be ugly.
They did nothing. Like what? They're going to sign Zeke Elliott, and then they just traded back. If you're a Cowboys fan, you are super pissed.
And they took a player the Cowboys could use, and Terrion Arnold.
Wow. So here we are now, 11 o'clock at night. We're on pick. Where are we now in the draft?
This was 25.
All right, we're almost there. Still watching if the Patriots will move up. Wow, I'm curious what Dallas got. We'll look that up during the break.
I mean, is Dallas going to trade back twice?
Yep. A couple of things in the update we'll give you here. There's some news on Joel Embiid. And there is NBA playoffs. And also we have a time for the Bruins game as both the Celtics and Bees back in action on Saturday night. Let's take a quick look at the Sports Hub headlines. We'll hit on those notes as well as we take you into the final round here on 98.5. The rest of the first round here on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
WBC-FM HD1 bus from the Town Fair Tire Studio, the home of the Bruins, Patriots, Revs, and Celtics.
Come on, Max, step back. 3 is good.
Boston's home for sports is 98.5 The Sports Hub, the Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots select Drake May with the 3rd overall pick tonight out of North Carolina. There were 6 quarterbacks taken in the top 12. Caleb Williams went number 1 overall to the Bears. Number 2 is Jaden Daniels. J.J. McCarthy went later in the draft to the Vikings. The shocker was Michael Penix going to Atlanta at number 8. And then later on, Bo Nix went to the Denver Broncos with the number 12 overall pick. NBA news tonight. The scores right now. The 76ers got a 125-114 win over New York. But the story is Joel Embiid. According to some sources here, Embiid has been treated for a mild case of Bell's palsy for the past week. The condition began during the play-in victory over Miami, but he wanted to keep it private to avoid any distractions. Some other scores right now in the NBA. Lakers lead Denver 41-34. The Magic, though, they defeated the Cavs 121-183 earlier in the night. And we do know the Bruins start time. That one came in. And they'll play on Saturday night. We'll know the game for Tuesday will start at 7 p.m. Headlines, they are brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit NewEnglandOilChange.com for 15% off your next drive-through oil change Add Valvoline Instant Oil Change. I'm Joe Murray. Your next update in 30 minutes. All right, back here at 98.5 The Sports Hub. It's Joe Murray and Alex Barth here, our NFL Draft Show. And for those remaining, I think the wind has sailed. I don't know, Alex. I'm kind of holding hope something happens here tonight.
I'm not rolling it out yet. It's definitely feeling less and less likely, but I'm not rolling it out until we're done. 34-32 is a relatively easy trade to make, all things considered. I'm not rolling it out till we're done. Now, well, if Tyler Guyton and A.D. Mitchell go, then I might rule it out.
So let's just bring it back to Drake May for a minute here. We've talked about his ability, his size, can certainly throw the football, no doubt about it. There were differences from his second year to his third year. The numbers dipped just a little bit. He ran the ball a little bit more, so I'm not sure if that was because of his ability or maybe some breakdowns that happened there. But how do you interpret his agility that they had?
So I'll just like
a Joey Lawrence. Whoa!
The Packers just took Jordan Morgan, who I think was the third best tackle on the board.
So the tackles are going.
The tackles are going. So here we go with the tackles. If the Patriots want to move up, Drake May's agility. Drake May's agility.
1,000 rushing yards for him. That's
pretty
good.
1,000 rushing yards. Now, look, he ran for 4 yards a carry last year, and for his career, he's not going to be. He's not going to be Lamar Jackson. He's never going to be a guy you build a whole game plan around his legs. Will you build elements in for his legs? Yes. He's more what I'd call, I don't know, let's call it a functional runner, where when you ask him to run, he can do it, and it's an effective tool in his toolbox, but it's not his main tool. It's never going to be his main tool. It shouldn't be his main tool. They'll put in bootlegs for him, certainly. That's going to be a big part of the offense, rolling him out. They're going to put bootlegs in for him. There's going to be some design quarterback runs. The read option will be a part of this offense. And when he gets the look, he'll take off and go if he needs to. And he'll be capable at it. I don't think he's quite the runner Josh Allen is, but he's going to be that kind of runner. He shouldn't be doing it as regularly. It's going to be that kind of idea. He's never going to be a 1,000-yard rusher in the NFL, though. That would surprise me. But he doesn't need to be good. He shouldn't need to be good.
And when we're comparing it, I'm thinking Daniel Jones. Like, can he run like that? Is that someone that he could? I don't want to.
No,
or even Josh Allen. How about Josh Allen?
Honestly, purely as a runner, and running is the best part of Daniel Jones' game because he can't throw. Purely as a runner, he's probably closer to Daniel Jones than Josh Allen. But Daniel Jones is a good runner. That's frankly, Daniel Jones' rushing ability is why the Giants didn't take a quarterback tonight. Because there's enough there that you look at that and say, you can give us something in this regard. So, I'd say somewhere between Daniel Jones and Josh Allen. As a runner, should be, light years ahead of Daniel Jones as a passer.
I did an article today for NFL draft odds. Do you want to hear some of them that hit and some of them that failed?
Give me that. I want to take all the victory laps I can, Joe, on J.J. McCarthy. I told you people. This was Will Levis 2.0.
So my mock, I had top 5. I had Malik Neighbors going LSU at number 5.
You just missed that one.
So who? It was plus 275.
It's not bad value. That was alt instead, right? To the Chargers, yeah.
So we're at 0, or let's just say we lost $10.
Yep.
I had J.J. McCarthy over 5.5 plus 150.
So over means later, right?
Over the 5th pick. Yeah, over 5th.
Good bet.
So hit that.
Good bet.
I had Brian Thomas under 19.5.
That was a good bet. I thought somebody would get desperate and move up for him. I would have been with you on that.
I have Cooper DeJean over to 23.5. What do we have now?
So you missed that one. I said we're at 25.
And he was selected already?
No.
No, I hit that, right?
Cooper DeJean?
Over, yeah.
Oh, over.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're good. I thought you said under. You're good.
So, and then this one I failed. Bo Nix over 32.5. Wow.
Here's the thing about quarterbacks. You can always count on the NFL to be stupid when it comes to quarterbacks. You can always count on the NFL to mess it up when it comes to quarterbacks. And the Broncos panicked, and they have 4 of the same guy, and that thing's going to be a disaster. That thing is going to be a complete disaster. It's going to be fun, though.
So if you followed along and put $10 on every bet, you came away even.
That's all you can ask for, right?
Had fun, right?
Let me ask you this.
We didn't lose.
Would you, as we go ahead here, because all those quarterbacks flew off the board, you still have a couple quarterback teams out there, maybe more developmental quarterback teams. You have the Raiders, you have the Seahawks, you have the Rams, right? A few quarterback teams. What are do you know what the odds are on Spencer Rattler right now? Can you get an over-under on Spencer Rattler?
Yeah.
I'm starting to wonder if Spencer Rattler becomes a top 50 pick. He kind of emerged as the 7th guy throughout this process. I thought he had a very good process. Still undersized, a little bit older, definitely a big play hunter. But there was a lot for teams to like, and I could see a team talking themselves into him. If you're a team that wanted to come out of this thing with the quarterback and didn't get your guy in the first round, to throw the Giants in that group as well, I wonder if a team gets over-eager for Spencer Rattler tomorrow. I don't think at 34, I don't think the Patriots can get a quarterback haul to move back because of Spencer Rattler. But I wonder, is there a number on him?
Yeah, I might have to reset if it's tomorrow. Right now, the only things I really see available are what will the 28th, 29th, 30th, what positions they will be. That's if you wanted to do it live. That'd be fun. You know, hey, what do you think the next pick is? What do we have? Packers right now on the board?
Yeah.
Wonder where they're looking. Because they need to get back. I mean, they're not going to take a running back this early.
This could be Cooper DeJean. This could be Cooper DeJean. This could be... we could see like Graham Barton, one of the interior offensive linemen, go here. Jackson Powers Johnson.
You guys getting tired, huh? They took the tackle you just mentioned.
Oh, thank you. We're a pick behind. They took Jordan Morgan, who is a guard.
He did say that earlier, right?
You want to know who the Bucs?
You guys talked about it, yeah.
Yeah. No. I'm fired up.
Only 200.
I'm not tired.
Only 220 picks to go.
Skaz and I are here every night. We're still rolling.
We're a pick behind because
the Bucs pickers in actually.
The Bucs took Graham Barton, which is an interesting. They got a lot of needs, and they took a guard. Don't love that.
So this is the portion of the night now where you just mentioned a few teams that the Patriots could trade up for.
Yeah, so
Bucs are now off the board.
We are now in Patriot trade up territory. If they're going to do it, it's now real. Tyler Guyton has fallen. A.D. Mitchell has fallen. You're probably not going to have to give up both day 2 picks. Obviously, you're giving up 34. I shouldn't say maybe they just want to.
Did you see what Detroit gave up?
No, actually,
what was that trade?
29 and 73 to go up 5 spots, and they got a 7th round back too.
Wow.
Ooh,
so that would mean you're giving up both of tomorrow's picks to move back up.
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
That's what it looks like.
I wouldn't do that. Well, I mean, it's going to fall a little bit the further you go, right? But that's the trade the Patriots made to move up or to move back from 23 to 38, the Kyle Duggar year. It was 23 for 38 and I think 74, 70-something was the trade when they moved back to take Kyle Duggar.
Andrew Callahan had a tweet earlier tonight mentioning that pick number 34, there's discussions at least trading back to acquire more picks, which is something Elliot Wolf said earlier tonight in his press conference.
I've said this. I didn't want to see him pick at 34 this whole time. It's just a weird board at that spot. That pick has so much value, whether it's moving up, whether it's moving back. I felt the whole time it made all the sense in the world to trade that pick, whichever way you go. And at this point, it's looking more and more like the way you go is down, not up.
Are you noticing these teams with, the Bengals took a tackle, right? Obviously, they want to protect their. Now the Packers are taking a tackle to help Jordan Love.
I wonder if he's a tackle. He might be a guard, but offensive lineman.
Well, they're going to lose Bakhtiari, right? They lost
him. They did need a right tackle. Okay, that's fair.
But I'm just saying they're protecting. They're supporting their quarterbacks, their investments.
I mean, Joe, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 offensive players go, 6, 7. I think the record, I had this somewhere. The record for defensive players in the 32 team draft era is The record low, I think, is like 12. I'm going to find it, but
well, looking at some of the tackles that have gone off the board, that seems to be a priority to me.
Tackle? Oh, absolutely,
because
especially in this draft.
I just feel like there's still a lot of offensive talent as far as wide receivers go, even tight. I'll call them pass catchers. How about that? I still think there are plenty of pass catchers available that should probably be littered in the second round tonight. Tomorrow. And then the third round should still be deep for pass catchers as well. If you're the Patriots, I think you got to support your young quarterback, but also the Patriots, it fills a hole. Not to mention, look at some of these free agent tackles. They get big money.
Big money. A lot of the good tackles don't hit free agency. They just get paid. So, this is, I like them taking a tackle, whatever their next pick is, 28, 34, 38.
And what's the Barthy tackle big board right now? At the
Barthy tackle. Oh, I'll tell you this first. I found it. 20 offensive players would tie a modern era record. 2004 was 20 offensive players in the first round. It's the only time it's happened
I think the
since they moved
over-under
to
was
32
16
teams.
or 17. I think.
So right now we're at, what I just say, 7, 25 minus. We're at 18 offensive players with 1, 2, 3, 4. We're at 19 offensive players with 6 picks to go. I think we're going to see a record for offensive players tonight. The tackle big board as it stands right now is, I can tell you this as I just pull up the list, just make sure I know who's been drafted.
The kid from BYU stands out to me.
So Guyton is at the top of my board.
Yeah, and and Mike Reese mentioned him when you guys were here earlier.
And they've met with him, and he should be the next guy. I think he should have gone. We just had a defensive player go to the Cardinals, Darius Robinson. I think Guyton should have gone ahead of Jordan Morgan. So you already have him kind of getting jumped, but he's the only guy you're trading up for, I think, of the tackles that are left. Suamatia from BYU, some people would argue you could. Maybe I'd move up to 31 or 32. I'm certainly not giving up both day 2 picks to do it. I think there's a chance he falls to 34, and he's coming off an injured year. He's a little more raw. He's not as athletic as a guy like Guyton. He has starting tackle upside, but I don't think he's a day 1 left tackle. If they want to move up right now, I think it's for Tyler Guyton.
Buffalo Bills are on the board. We'll get into what they could do in their
This
future.
is going to be a receiver. I think it's going to be A.D. Mitchell, but you've heard some stuff that maybe teams don't love his approach. We'll see how real that all is in a minute or two.
We'll take a look at the remaining teams on the board and how it could relate to the Patriots. All that coming up next here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. NFL draft. Just while we're here, was this all worth a month and a half, or how long? Actually, how long was this? I'm going to say
for me,
December, January, February, March, April. 5 months. Was it worth it?
Joe, I think I wrote my first pre-draft thing in August. Because I do players to watch for the upcoming college football season. I think I wrote my first quarterback ranking. When was the Miami game? Was that in October, November? That's right before Halloween. I did my first quarterback ranking right after the Miami game. This is October, November, December, January, February, March. It was 7 months in the making. And I got a couple picks right, so I'm happy. We'll see how many more right I get for the Patriots. I'm beating the big board. I'm up 1-0 on the big board.
That's right.
So I'll take that. But 7 months for me. Look, and I'll have this up tomorrow on 985thesportshub.com. It's kind of my big takeaway here. I know we all feel like we just went through a long process. And I'm not saying we didn't. We did, as Patriots fans. And the team went through a long process. This isn't the end of the process. This is only the beginning. And you've talked, this has been your big point tonight. Drafting the right guy is only half the battle. There have been a bunch of players, and this isn't exclusive to the quarterback position, but I think it's emphasized at the quarterback position. There have been good players that went to bad situations and had their impact either lessened or their careers outright derailed. There have been bad players that went to good situations and ended up being pretty good. You got to develop the guy now. You drafted the right guy. That's important. But now you got to make sure you do right by him. And not just for 1 year, like throughout his career. Because Drake May should be here for a long, long time. Should be talking a decade plus with Drake May. And you got to make sure you're taking care of him over that time span. So the process is just getting started.
Buffalo Bills are on the board.
Are they?
Or they were when we were going to break. I feel like they're in on a big receiver.
The Bills?
And I'm starting to wonder if, I'm just throwing it out there. They moved on from Stephon Diggs, right?
Yep.
They really don't have a premier receiver.
But they don't have anything. They cut half their team.
Yep.
It's Josh Allen and nobody.
So I think the Brandon Ayuk thing's real for them.
No.
I think that's real. And listen, the Chiefs, one of these teams that need a wide receiver is going to come out of nowhere. I feel like that's real. And I don't know, and I'm still waiting to find out who Buffalo selects.
They traded.
Who
the Chiefs, apparently.
Wow.
They traded with the Chiefs?
According to Jordan Schultz, they traded with the Chiefs.
Okay.
Wow.
So
the Bills helping the Chiefs get better.
That's interesting.
Wow.
It's got to be Worthy, right?
Worthy or Mitchell? I think it's one of the Texas guys, yeah.
They selected Sky. What was Sky Moore? I'm just trying to think of what they've done for
second round pick.
So they need a quality first round pick that they can develop. They've tried Ross. They've tried other guys.
Yeah.
Mecole Hardman. Obviously, he scored the game-winning touchdown in the Super Bowl, but
he's a complimentary player. They need a real number one.
They need a number one.
Yeah. You rarely see this where two teams that are in contention in the same conference, especially if they have the same need, the Chiefs might take a tackle, but receivers in need. You never see that. You know what that tells me? I don't think the Bills think they're contenders right now. I think the Bills think they're in a little bit of a rebuild.
What if they traded to move back, get another asset to get a prime receiver?
Do you want the trade?
Yes, please.
Yeah. 28. They traded their first, their fourth, and the 7th for Kansas City's first, third, and 7th.
So they moved back a couple spots and moved from the 4th into the 3rd. Okay.
Could that get you Deebo Samuel?
With future picks.
That 3rd pick?
Maybe they trade 32 for Deebo. Maybe they didn't want to give up 28. They wanted more value. They flipped 32 for Deebo. But you never see, I know you said maybe they just wanted to move back. They move back with the Niners. They move back with the Ravens. Or the Ravens, I guess, would be the same example. But move back with the Niners. That's pretty rare. That's pretty rare, the trade the Bills just made. That, all things considered, and I know Michael Penix went 8th to the Falcons. That's the biggest surprise to me tonight. That the Bills helped the Chiefs get a player to make them better. And it's a receiver. And it's a receiver. First of all, tremendous fit. Tremendous. That is a scary, scary fit. Outstanding job by the Kansas City Chiefs. Outstanding job. I think the Bills just screwed up mightily.
What do you think this kid Worthy? I've watched him play a ton. Super skilled. They obviously traded up for him, so they like him. They probably didn't think he was available. He is. Why are the Bills not in on him? Is it just to get the extra pick to move into the third round? That's why I bring up Debo. Like, you're acquiring that third round pick must have meant something. Because you're going to let the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes get the next receiver or the one that they've identified. There's got to be more there for the Bills. I think that, I don't know why, I'm thinking Deebo Samuel somehow gets traded to Buffalo, and it's one of those
There has to be another
there.
shoe, because this is a monumental mistake if there's not another shoe to drop. Monumental mistake by the Buffalo Bills if there's not another shoe to drop. Like I say, Penix at 8, whatever. Biggest surprise of the night to me. And it's a great, great job by the Kansas City Chiefs. I think I had this in my first mock draft. That's the thing about doing all these mock drafts. You lose track of which one's which. I know I had the Chiefs trading up. So here's the thing. I didn't want to do a trade up with the Chiefs and the Bills. I didn't think it was realistic. I had the Chiefs moving up to 27 to take Worthy. And I wrote, first thing I wrote, yes, this is a scary combination. I think some teams are worried about Worthy's size. He's like 160-something, and that's small. And they're going to have to have a plan to take care of him. But he ran the best 40 at the Combine, and I think everybody freaked out because, you know, they get the Tyquan Thorntons and the John Rosses in their head, and it's, the guys that run the fast 40 are never good. That's different. John Ross was a mid-round pick until he ran that 40. Tyquan Thornton was a late-round pick until he ran that 40. We were already talking about Xavier Worthy as a potential first-round pick before he ran that 40. This is a complete receiver. This is a guy that is an excellent route runner. He is a threat with the ball in his hands. There are some Tyreek Hill type of comps. I know the Dolphins were linked heavily to him, and some people thought that maybe their contingency plan is Tyreek Hill's not going to play forever. This is an outstanding pick by the Chiefs.
How do you trade to a team that beats you in the playoffs? Like, how does Josh Allen feel about this right now?
I'd be pissed if I'm Josh Allen. Here's the thing, though. The Bills cut all these players, right? Josh Allen's cap hit is $60 million next year. They're building a stadium. I don't know how much money the owners have on hand. They need affordable players, and they need a lot of them. Although, Jim, I don't know if you still have the trade up. It was 3 picks for 3 picks, right?
Yeah.
So they didn't even net any extra picks?
No, they moved down in the 7th, and they moved up in the 3rd, up from the 4th to the 3rd.
Is that to not pay a first-round pick? Or they still got a pick
No, they
there,
have a first.
No, I just thought it was, if they added picks, they're filling out the roster, right? If they come away with more picks than they initially had, but they didn't even do that. Biggest surprise of the night to me. Biggest surprise of the night.
They might add if they trade out of 32, though. Team looking
That's
to
true.
get
If they
that
move
last
back
pick.
again, maybe that's the plan.
If I may indulge in a wrestling take before we hit the break real quick.
Sure.
The owners of the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Khans, Tony Khan is the booker for AEW Wrestling. And last night, there was a storyline where he got involved, was beat up. And tonight, Tony Khan was seen in the Jacksonville Jaguars war room.
Oh, I saw this.
Wearing a neck brace.
I didn't know what the backstory was, but I saw this.
So in case you didn't, why is Tony Khan in a neck brace? They're carrying the storyline into the NFL draft tonight.
Anything for content, right?
Well, we're talking about. I'm talking about it. How about that? But just in case you were wondering about the neck brace and Tony Khan, that's a wrestling storyline. Kayfabe is what we call it in the business here. Who is Dallas going to take? We'll find out as we're wrapping up night 1 of the NFL draft. Alex Barth is still here. I am still here. Tyler Newton's still here. Jim Louth is still here. All our waitresses and everybody at Splitville still here. Until the end of round one, I'm Joe Murray. Let's take a look at the Sports Hub headlines.
This is break.
Whoa.
Did something happen?
I was wondering if we had breaking news.
Guess not.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Looking for a great night out? Every Thursday, it's trivia night at the Nines. Grab your team and
the Sports Hub. We are trying to figure out what the Buffalo Bills are doing.
Being bad at this.
Man, they've drafted so well over the last few years. They've really built their team well.
And then they tore it all down.
And they have a star quarterback still, which is very interesting here. So as we're winding down, we were just talking about this off the air. 6 quarterbacks went in the first round. 6 offensive tackles. 7 now. 7 offensive tackles have gone off the board. And 5 wide receivers. So as the Patriots pick is approaching in the second round, which will be tomorrow, unless they trade in up tonight.
Right.
Do they need to take a tackle or a wide receiver since 5 have been off the board, or do they look at another best available here?
Well, you can look at this 2 ways here, Joe. On one hand, so let's start at wide receiver because it's kind of a different. Well, let's start at wide receiver. The tier, and I don't think teams are as high on A.D. Mitchell as maybe we were in the media, and I'll admit maybe I was wrong on that one.
Maybe as you are.
No, a lot of people had A.D. Mitchell as a first round pick.
Yeah. You love him.
I think he's a very good player. A lot of we're on to that next tier of receiver. And I think guys like Ladd McConkey, Troy Franklin, Ricky Pearsall, Roman Wilson, Xavier Legette, all relative. They're different kinds of players, but in terms of like overall skill level, what you're getting, relatively similar. So do you have a preference between that, or is that just the tier you want? At tackle, there is Kingsley Suamataia, who I think is on another level. But then you have Kieran Amedeje, Blake Fisher, Patrick Paul, Roger Rosengarten. That's another tier. So if you're the Patriots, you can look at it one of 2 ways. All right, we want our first choice of the guys from this tier. We're going to stick and pick at 34. Or, well, there's no player at either of these positions that's clearly above and beyond. So we can move back a couple spots and still get a player we feel good about. And it just comes down to, do they really love any of those players in the next tier? Yeah, I know that they've been linked to Xavier Legette a little bit, and that'll be an interesting one because Carolina could take him at 33. And maybe they go into this saying, if we can get Legette at 34, we're taking him. But if not, if Carolina takes him at 33, we'll move it. They met with Troy Franklin. Maybe they really like him. And obviously one of those 2 guys will be there after Carolina picks. But I think you kind of reset the board, and there's a case to be made to move down unless they really view one of those players as a standout.
I'm trading back.
I'm probably trading back too. They might really like Legette. That's the one guy I could see them staying on the board for, but I would trade back. I think they're going to trade back.
Just looking at a couple more, the Baltimore Ravens are on the board.
Oh, they took Nate Wiggins. So he ran the second fastest 40 for any corner.
Clemson.
Yeah, that's been a cornerback factory.
He is a hell of a player.
He's a good player, very NFL-ready player.
They played him as a freshman. I remember him. He was like playing in like the national and like the college playoff.
Yeah,
as a freshman, just sitting out there on the corner, he was outstanding.
He's got the build. He's got the technique for it. He's such a Raven too. Like I can just That's a good pick.
Wow,
that's a good pick by Baltimore. Good. They got him now with Kyle Hamilton in their secondary. Good get.
Wow. And Hamilton from Notre Dame at the time, people thought that might have been a questionable. There he is.
Oh, see, I think he fell. I thought he should have gone much higher than he did. I think I had him going top 10 in most of my mocks that year.
Wow.
But no, he kind of fell. And so we're still, Kool-Aid hasn't gone.
That's interesting. I thought that might have been a spot because they generally take those big. But again, they already have a say. So
they had so Kool-Aid McKinstry is a very Ravens player, but there's a lot of overlap with Kyle Hamilton in terms of what you're going to ask him to do. So that would have been call it a tough sell. Whereas Nate Wiggins just going to go play on the boundary. And
what do you think? What do you think the 49ers do here, considering both Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk have been brought up in trade discussions? The Patriots have at least contacted the 49ers about Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
I know Tommy Curran's been all over it. But if you look at their wide receiver room, it's Ayuk, Samuel, Jennings. Remember, he made some big plays.
He's a good player. He's a solid, complimentary player.
But
And it drops off.
They need talent there.
Yeah, so this could be A.D. Mitchell. This could be Troy Franklin. The other thing I wonder for them, maybe they worry about this run on tackles, because look, Trent Williams 36, and he's year to year. And do you want to get ahead of that? And maybe they grab a tackle here to redshirt him. I've been mocking tackles to them pretty much all preseason, all pre-draft. I think replacing Trent Williams is a bigger, the way they play. I think replacing Trent Williams is a bigger point of emphasis than replacing either of those receivers.
What about defensive line with some of their departures they've had?
Yeah, who are the top edge rushers on the board? Let me see. Pass rusher could be one too, certainly.
I mean, I know they have Hargrave up front.
Yeah, they need a guy like
with Bosa on one side.
Byron Murphy went. So Jerry Newton from Illinois would be a guy they could take. Versatile edge. Most of the top edge rushers went. So you'd really be reaching at this point. Chris Braswell, Adisa Isaac. Yeah, they're a little ahead. Marshawn Nealon. I could see him taking an edge, but this is the board's just not favorable to it.
I have one for you. This is kind of because again, the final two picks here are the 49ers and Buffalo, and we'll see what Buffalo does.
Probably going to trade some more value to the Chiefs. Idiots.
Who's the next quarterback off the board?
It's going to be Spencer Rattler. I'd be very surprised if it was a Spencer Rattler. Question is, where we were just talking about, right? What's his over-under? If I gave you like 50.5.
Might go under. I'm still a Michael Pratt guy.
Michael Pratt has a much higher floor than Spencer Rattler. Michael Pratt, honestly, reminds me a lot of Bailey Zappi when he was coming out. And what I said about Bailey Zappi at the time, I still believe this. He's going to be in the league for like 15 years. He might only start 15 games, but he's going to be in the league 15 years. He's going to be around a long time as a backup because he's a very technically sound player. He'll get the ball where it needs to go. But he doesn't have the big arm. He doesn't have the explosive athleticism, anything like that. Whereas Spencer Rattler is the opposite. Spencer Rattler is a boomer bust guy. So, all right, Bailey Zappi's my comp for Michael Pratt. My comp for Spencer Rattler has been Gardner Minshew, where he's going to be like a journeyman quarterback, but some teams will use him as like a plug-and-play starter. That guy's just probably going to go higher.
What are the chances of A.D. Mitchell going to one of these final two teams here?
High. Unless those concerns about there's some off the field concerns with him, not necessarily about his personality. I think there's some medical stuff. I'm not a doctor. I don't know.
49ers took DeJean.
All right.
Ooh, that's a fun pick.
He's a first rounder, definitely. That's going at the end.
That's a fun. They're going to move him around. Yeah, because their secondary is pretty versatile. And the Niners usually get it right. I'm sure he'll be fantastic there. That's a good pick.
They need it. Like, who do they have in this at corner?
Like, they have a bunch of guys who are in the last year of their contract. Who is it?
Javarius Ward.
Yeah, Javarius Ward's not bad.
And they actually need it.
They got some safeties. They got that kid Hufanga.
Correct.
But they'll be able to move him around. They'll be able to do a bunch of stuff with him.
Michael Silver said that was premature. Pearsall to the Niners, now he's saying.
Wow.
All right, well, let's see. Because Pearsall to the Niners, there's a lot of overlap between him and Brandon Ayuk.
And then he apologized again for the premature tweet, he said. So it looks like it's Pearsall.
So now they're going wide receiver.
All right, Brandon Ayuk
so
on the
now
board.
The Brandon Ayuk stuff for tomorrow is now the conversation.
Yep.
Brandon Ayuk could be on the table for the New England Patriots.
Also, so I'm starting to think some of that stuff about A.D. Mitchell's real because he's a better player than Ricky. And I like Ricky Pearsall, but he's a better player than Ricky Pearsall.
What's the difference here?
Well, let me can I throw something out there?
Jim, you go ahead.
If Michael Silver heard he was taking Cooper DeJean, maybe they're trading Ayuk to the Bills for 32, and they're going to take DeJean with 32. And they get receiver, corner, back-to-back, and they trade Ayuk to the Bills. And then we look at the Bills like saying, oh, they just jumped the Patriots. Instead of being dumb, all of a sudden they're smart. I don't know. Just a thought.
I thought Debo originally.
Breer has Pearsall now, so.
It's funny, John. That's what I was thinking about with Ayuk's probably the guy, right? Because Debo doesn't bring back as much value. Ayuk wants out.
Right.
Ayuk hasn't got paid yet.
That's another thing, too. And Buffalo,
Well, that's why he wants out.
And Buffalo can do it.
Can they?
Well, if they trade for him now, they can whenever, right? They can in the offseason.
No, but I'm saying they Josh Allen's got a $61 million cap hit. They got to fill out that roster. They're paying to build a new stadium.
Some people will tell you the cap is crap.
What about this new stadium has nothing to do with the cap?
Some people will tell you.
All right, new stadium has nothing to do with the cap. That's a cash on hand issue.
The Bills have to be in the works for something here for a primetime receiver. This is why I thought the Patriots should try to get ahead if they want one of these.
Oh, the Bills are trading back again, according to Jordan Schultz. What is going on in Buffalo?
Wow. You're a Buffalo Bills fan today. Not good.
You want to hear from, I got a Buffalo Bills fan texting me right now.
Buffalo Bills fans must be irate.
I'm bleeping fuming. Fire out of my bleeping ears. They're bleeping stupid. They handed the Chiefs their guy, worse than whatever they would have picked there. What a disaster.
A Florida wide receiver goes to the 49ers.
What's the Florida?
I'm just looking at it as they. To me, I'm just wondering why Pearsall ended up in the first round. I mean, I didn't really have him there.
I mean, there's an argument to be made. Again, I think A.D. Mitchell was the fifth best receiver, but there may be medical stuff there I don't know about, which it sounds like may be the case. There's an argument to be made. Pearsall was the next best receiver. It was Pearsall, Franklin, Leggett, or McConkey. A lot of people had those guys neck and neck, and just in terms of what skill set do you want. And I'd say this: if you're trying to replace Brandon Ayuk, Pearsall's skill set is probably closer to Ayuk than any of those guys. So in terms of a one-for-one swap, that's how he becomes a first-round pick, is they don't trust A.D. Mitchell. They go down to that next tier, and they try to take the guy that's the best fit. The Panthers. So the Bills traded back one spot. Oh, my God. If the Panthers take a receiver here, did the Bills just hand two teams receivers?
Well, will the Panthers do that? I mean...
Well, no, that's the trade. Breer has it. That's the trade.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what the Panthers...
They supposedly really wanted Xavier Leggett.
They've struggled with...
I'm glad we stayed on. This is
with Mingo.
I love being here for the downfall.
There, Terrence Marshall. They've drafted.
They didn't add a pick. They moved back 32 to 33, and then they went from 200 to 141. They gave up the fifth-year option for 60 spots on day 3.
Just talking about the Panthers with this final pick in the first round here, I don't see it being a wide receiver. I mean, they got Deontay Johnson, however you feel about him. Mingo, Marshall, they drafted in the second round, both of them in the second round here. And I know you want to, beef things up for Bryce Young, but I hate to say this, but they kind of need a running back. And then that's not going to happen in the first round.
No, they could use a running back. Oh, I like Chuba Hubbard. Chuba Hubbard's solid back.
Not going to happen in the first round, probably a running back, but they need help. I don't think it's at wide receiver, though.
Supposedly, they loved Xavier Leggett. That's just what was out there. Local kid. I think he'd be a really good complementary. Like, his skill set, Xavier Leggett.
There you go. He's off the board for the Patriots.
That's who they like. And I wonder if they heard the Patriots were in on Leggett, and they wanted to make sure that they got him. So what is that tally into being? 7 receivers in the first round?
Yeah, and so before we wrap things up here.
So how many tackles? 8 tackles?
8 tackles.
And 7 receivers?
And 6 quarterbacks.
So if the Patriots are going to fill those 2 major needs, they're either going to get the 8th best receiver or the 9th best tackle in the draft.
Well, look.
No, that's a fact.
No, I know that's a fact, but I would say they had to add a quarterback. That's just what this thing is. Like, they were never going to fill all 3 major needs with instant impact players right away.
Well, Wolf told you that, though.
No, I said that from the beginning.
The draft.
I said that from the beginning. Like, this is a multi-year thing.
But shouldn't they have looked at free agency differently now? After seeing this is a huge quarterback, tackle, receiver draft. The 3 biggest positions they left wide open after free agency.
Yeah, no, Jonah Williams should be a Patriot. been on that. Their wide receiver, I don't mind them missing on the wide receiver market. Jonah Williams should be Patriot. But draft and develop, right? That's what they're going to do.
Well, before we wrap things up here, just looking at pick number 34. What are you looking at here? Are you thinking tackle? Are you still thinking wide receiver? Corner, I know, is probably a position of, if you're looking at where they fall in as far as again, to Jim's point, you're going to get the 8th and 7th best of the team needs. Well, corner is a team need. Now you might be able to get the 3rd best corner.
So I personally would go tackle because I think the tackle group. So if you get the 8th best tackle, right, you're getting what, the 12th or 13th best receiver. The tackle group drops off real hard after Suamatia, who's the next guy on the board. Whereas receiver, there's some intriguing options on day 3. This cornerback class is super deep. I think you can get a guy who can be a rotational player at corner at 103. I like it. Cam Hart from Notre Dame. I'm going to do my mid-draft mock draft tonight. He's probably going to be in there, if we're being honest. I think he's going to be in there. So I'd go tackle. I think they're going to go receiver. I think they like these receivers.
So Cooper DeJean is available right now.
He is. Bill would take him.
That's the guy.
Bill would have taken him 15 picks ago.
That's the guy.
I think they're going to. They talked a lot tonight about weaponizing the offense and supporting the quarterback.
That's the guy. The best value on the board is Cooper DeJean.
And that's why they're going to trade back. Some team's going to get greedy for him, and they're going to move back.
Who's got the first pick again? Is it
Bills?
Bears? Oh, Bills.
Bills. You want one more? You want one more text?
How's your Bills fan doing?
I'm ready to hurl myself into Lake Michigan. You can read that to the whole city of Boston. Quote me. Thanks to my friend
They're
Jesse.
not taking Cooper DeJean.
The Bills, no. I don't think the Patriots are. It would be a good pick. I think they want offense.
Lad McConkey.
So this is from Taylor Kyles. I'm guessing he heard this off TV. Taylor Rappaport says the Patriots and Commanders could package their respective second rounders in late round picks in a potential Ayuk trade. So that's probably 34, 180, 231 for Ayuk.
But where are they? So what? You get a quarterback and a receiver, and that's their draft, and then a tackle later.
You get tackle at 68.
Ugh. Well, we got a lot to think about for the next.
They've hyped up.
15 hours or so.
They've hyped up Chuks Okorafor as their left tackle, and maybe they see it as we're going to get Ayuk, and then next year it's tackle at the top of the board, and we're off.
And they can pay Ayuk too.
Yeah,
a little bit more control. All right. What position should the Patriots draft at 34? 57% say wide receiver. Hey, thanks everybody back at our Town Fair Tire Studios. James Scaramazzino, Kyle Fabrizio. Excellent job from you guys as well. Dennis, Tyler Knudsen, Jim Louth, all our guests tonight. Alex Barth, check out all his work at 98foundthesportsroom.com. I'm Joe Murray. We'll be back tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Alex will join us as the Patriots will be on the clock again.
That's right.
Talk to you guys tomorrow night. Thank you. See you tomorrow.